The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6!
Maximum checkout.
He's done it!
Double 18 for another ton plus checkout. And Jim McKeown is on fire.
Jim McKeown.
Oh, hold on.
Now then.
Now then.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Wow, what a shot.
Angstrom.
And he takes it out. Great shot from Damien Grimes.
Damien Grimes.
116 checkout.
Oh, okay.
180.
Okay, little bit of showmanship, Tatman.
This is to stop Johnny from getting a shot at tops. And he does stop him. A great finish from Terry.
Come back 100 to level up at 2 apiece, but that's providing McKe does not find the 158. Double 19. Magnificent.
On the fourth
Absolutely
leg.
magnificent.
Game
Once again, it's Jimmy Van Schie who wins the group.
The towering Dutchman, Jimmy Van Schie, is the first player who's booked his ticket through to Saturday night's final. The big man is back into the big night in Portsmouth, and he's going to be bringing a horde of spectators with him. Who is going to join the fun fair? We're going to find out over the course of the next couple of days, and we kick proceedings off with Group C this afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. It's a very tightly contested Group C over the course of the next couple of days. Players that have won weeks, players that have done things in this building, and players that have done well on associate and affiliate member tours. It could well be a very tightly run contest. Well, for the remainder of the week, we're going to be watching all the action in the company of a former Premier League champion, a two-time World Master, three-time Lakeside champion.
No wooden spoons? Or shall I do the joke for you?
Or Weatherspoons?
Yeah.
You won titles in both, didn't you?
Yeah.
Glenn, great to see you once again. Let's talk about the week so far, because there was a lot of heavyweight names at the beginning of it, the likes of Steve West, the likes of Jimmy Van Schie, the likes of Jim McKeown. And it's fair to say that for a lot of those players, there was a differentiation of fortunes.
A chaotic Group A. I don't think I've seen one like that for a while. Damien Grimes topped it on the Monday, and then they were just passing the baton to each other. I mean, at the beginning of the week, I fancied Jimmy to win that Group A. He did, but not in the style that he wanted to.
There's something about Jimmy Van Schie and Steve West. There's such a great rivalry between the pair, and it feels like every single time that they meet, something happens.
Yeah, this was an important game. West was only a win away from qualification himself, but yeah, Jimmy Van Schie. I get the feeling when they saw the groups on Sunday night, Monday morning, here we go again, because I don't think either of them particularly wanted him in the group as well. Be a fascinating contest if we're talking about this matchup on Saturday night as well, because then we talk about that horde of crowd you mentioned.
Well, this is how the Group A table looked, and as you can see, it was very tight from top to bottom. 6 points separated all 6 players. Jim McKeown finishing bottom of the group with 12 points to his name. Let's have a look at the tournament bracket then as we enter the second half of the week, and this is how things look. Jimmy Van Schie, the first player through to Saturday night, and he actually kept that winning thing going because he won a local competition around the Portsmouth area yesterday evening. Group B is what we're going to watch tonight. Lewis Gurney, Keegan Brown and Richie Burnett will be joining us. Jamie Kelling and Steve West will drop in. Group C, Dan Hands, Richard McKe and Terry Nash will be joined by Johan Angstrom, Damien Grimes and Jim McKeown. Now, in terms of Johan, he's a player we've seen a lot on the European Tour, a player we've seen a lot with success on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. In terms of him and in terms of his level, what can we kind of expect from him?
Yeah, I have history with Johan. We go all the way back to the World Masters 2013. So I always want good things to happen for Johan, like that 150 there with his opponent sat pretty. I think he's represented his country magnificently well. He's been a real stalwart of the Nordic Scandinavian scene for a long time. He's a good guy. Has he got the levels to sort of go on? He's very consistent. I think he'd be a match for anybody today. But has he got those afterburners when you need him? I'll be interested to see him, but seriously good guy.
Richard McKe is turning into the real deal, isn't he? The complete package as a player. And
I think you've got to thank Modus Super Series for that as well. I mean, he is a player where, I mean, this was just, there's so many magnificent stories at the Modus Super Series, but this was final Saturday night. And he's on now, you know, he's thinking about the 9 dart. I mean, at this point as a dart player, you just want that weekly win. That's going to be a huge, for someone who really has burst onto the sort of scene now, this treble 19 is sweet as a nut. His heart will be racing. Remember, this is for the weekly win. He does go on to win the match against the very impressive Ryan Branley from Newcastle as well. I think he potentially goes into today as the favourite for this group.
Well, that's what Glenn thinks. This is what the bookmakers think in terms of the odds for this particular group. And it is both him and Jim McKeown going off at 13-8. Now, it is a very tightly run group. Different bookmakers are providing different odds. So some have gone with them two as joint favourites. One's gone with Jim McKeown as favourite. They're really not making their mind up with it. But Johan Angstrom, 4-1, when you consider the things that we spoke about a few moments ago, is he the value play?
No, I don't think he is, actually. I really like Terry Nash. I think Terry Nash is someone who's been beaten a weekly final by Neil Duff here. But he's doing good things on the ADC. When you look at his resume, it's champion. High 80 average, big first 9 scoring. And Dan Hans is a real player there. Dan Hans is a challenge to a finalist. Beat the likes of Tom Sykes along the way. You can reel the list. Dave Pallett lost out with Scott Campbell in the end. He's a super player. So I think the value are in Terry and Dan.
It is 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series over the course of this afternoon. And we're going to kick off with the former champion, Jim McKeown, in action. It's not quite been the week that he would have planned for so far after finishing bottom of Group A, but he's got an opportunity to put it right. His first opponent is Dan Hans, a second appearance for him here in Portsmouth, and early on this morning I caught up with him. Dan, great to see you again here at the Super Series. How about you looking forward and relishing the challenge in the next couple of days?
Really look forward to it. Happy to be back. Can't wait to get going, really. Hopefully I don't miss as many doubles this time, so I can get maybe to Saturday.
Second time here. What did you take from your first appearance here in Portsmouth?
Not to miss chances, really. Standards ridiculous nowadays, so every player here is just capable of just smashing anything, so not to miss chances and take them and go from there, really. In
terms of where you are as a player, is this a great stepping stone in terms of particularly knowing where the stand is? Because we've seen some good stuff from you this year across the various circuits, but playing here, you kind of have to up it a bit more, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. It's a massive step down. It's been my aim, really, since I joined for the ADC. It was my aim to get on the Modus Super Series, and here I am, and I'm here to win it, really.
The ambitions are set high, and I suppose that's kind of you as a player. Last time we saw you here, you were very much a confidence player, weren't you?
Yeah, massively. Obviously, my scoring I know is up there with some of the best in my eyes, but hopefully my doubles go in and we'll see where it goes from there.
In terms of this group, it's a bit of a toughie, isn't it?
Again, yeah, same as last time. But yeah, some good lads in there, and I know what they're capable of. I've seen them before, and I just can't wait to play them, really, and see how it goes.
Wish you all the best. Go well, Dan.
Cheers,
good luck.
Paul. Thank you very much.
And so Dan Hans will get his campaign underway with a meeting with Jim McKeown, a former champion in this building. For Jim, looking for a more positive second half of the week. As for Dan, the 26-year-old from Walsall, making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Up against him, Jim McKeown, the former champion here back in Series 5. And we are about to get underway here. All the action on this Thursday afternoon is going to be presided over by Anton Mays, who's done an amazing job this week in the middle, and he will be overseeing all 15 matches on this Thursday afternoon, which kicks off with Dan Hans taking on Jim McKeown. Game 1 of 15 we're going to be watching this afternoon on Pluto TV. Glenn, just want to get your thoughts on this afternoon. Great to be in your company once again. And you look at this group, and you kind of mentioned it in the opener. It is a land of opportunity, really, isn't it, for all 6 players?
Yeah, first of all, absolutely delighted to be back on Pluto TV. I mean, there's the week that we had. I mean, I thought Jimmy Vanski would win that Group A, but what a Group A it was. I was scratching my head and who's going to win it in the end. And Jimmy Vanski, Henry, is the type of player, I don't know if a couple of days is going to benefit him in Portsmouth. I'm sure he'll find a local place to practice. So it was a strange old group here, but good, strong players going into Group B. Jamie Kelly is just so consistent. Steve West, what was very interesting with Steve, if he was getting his first start correct, the rest were going absolutely fine. So I think he'll be working on that aspect. And then when you add the likes of Keegan Browning and Richie Burnett, looking forward to seeing Lewis Gurney as well. So Group B will be pretty fascinating tonight.
Good to see Steve West playing somewhere near his best over the course of the last few days.
Yeah, like I said, that first start, when the first one was going in, I was just saying, right, 180. So he had sort of one of those weeks there. So I don't think he'll be too disappointed, but that word opportunity, it wasn't a bizarre Group A. It was just, yeah, it was just strange in the end to see Damien Grimes top of the table yesterday and then finishing 5th was an indication. And as you alluded to earlier, just 6 points separated the players before there.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Real fascinating styles here, first of all. The ultra-quick, very rhythmical Dan Hansen.
81.
I did commentate on him last time. It was interesting, the interview that you had with him where he said the doubles was the problem. I think there was other aspects as well. I think it's sort of the mental side of things. But it's great to see him with a bit of a smile on his face today because, Henry, the last time
100.
I saw him, he had his head in his hands. He was distraught. He went to a challenge to it a couple of weeks ago. And when he got there, he realised that his entry wasn't accepted. He didn't go through the process correctly and wasn't unable to then play those games. And a lad who's banging form, he was distraught.
Well, he made a final, didn't he, of a challenge tour earlier this year, losing out to Scott Campbell, who's probably having the best season of his career so far. But Dan is certainly a player that's trending in the right direction. Somebody that kind of towards the end of last year was just beginning to come onto our radar just a little bit. He won a vault qualifier to get his first appearance here. That was in Series 11 of the vault to play in Series 11 of the
43
Super Series. That was why he was given the luxury of the full week. And I think he would be the first to admit that it was very much a up and down affair when it came to those 5 days. The scoring was, as he mentioned, superb, but the doubling left a little bit to be desired. Has had a decent season without really ripping up trees on the ADC Championship Tour. Didn't qualify for the end of year Tour Championship, which will be live here on Pluto TV, but he has an opportunity to win the opening leg here. So I'm going to go 18s first on the 90 with McKeown
50
on 120.
Jimmy require 120.
Yeah, not the greatest board management. Certainly we're not this player. A guy who loves double top as well. So now he's found the treble. That's awkward. So he just has to move across the hockey. So you're just looking at that big fat part of the 20. He does that. He might have to move all the way to the left-hand side. But you don't give this man an opportunity, Dan.
100. Dan, you require 40.
Well, McKe misses a dart at tops to break. Dan's got free of that target to hang on to his throw.
Game
and
shot in
into the bottom right-hand corner it goes. Dan
Hands.
Hands, the tap man, takes the opening leg.
And I tell you what will be very interesting
Second
at that
leg
point
is
there.
Jim to throw first. Game on.
He talked to you about those doubles being the issue last time. And when he was going for that double top, I thought this so early in this Group C campaign could be quite crucial for him because that'll have been in his mind. And already that will settle. Because if he can get a win over Jim McKeown, he won't be 14-1 for long.
Well, you dart players are very much the type that what happens in an opening game can very much set the tone for what's to come, whether that be in a positive sense, but maybe more so in a negative sense. If a few missed doubles goes in early on, it feels like it's harder for you guys to reset from that than maybe it is when you have a really good opening display.
57.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible what that mind does. You can see him stand right on the left-hand side of the hockey there. a la Mervyn King.
100.
But what we learnt about Mervyn King, we've done an analysis on his throw once. These right-handed players, and Mervyn King's argument is, I'm left-handed, you know, I do throw to the left, but look where the position of my arm is in relation to where the treble 20 is, and Dan Hans is in that section. But a good start from both.
140.
Yeah, really positive opening from the pair. McKeown had a dart to break in the opener. He's going to get a couple of visits to
Jim,
square this game up at 1 apiece and 164. Doesn't have to attack it if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, Jim never really recovered from Monday. He was sat bottom of the table there, but
60.
early indications here are very, very good. Despite the fact he's 1-0 down, he is looking good to level up proceedings here. Good thinking. Remember, we talked about the board management, didn't we, in the last one? Just at the last second. That would have left a bogey number if he hit the single. Options for McKeown.
Well, the single one takes away the opportunity to finish on this occasion. So Hand of an outside shout to the 164 to double his lead. That's a bit of a disaster there from Chucky. Almost chucked a lifeline potentially to Dan Hands in this leg.
58.
See what you did there, but not punished there by Dan. McKeown will be looking at treble 17. He's got that experience on his side. He's a little sure how he's feeling. Interesting decision. I don't have a problem with that. So 33 points left means double 16 for parity.
51. Dan, you require 106.
Well, he's made a bit of a mess of completing this second leg, McKeown. Is he going to be punished? Not on this occasion.
58.
And so McKeown's going to come back 3 more in hand at double 16 to eventually square this game up. Well, we got there in the end, and Jim McKeown levels us up at 1 apiece.
Yes, we're talking about an excellent start from both.
Third leg is Dan to throw first. Game on.
But it was a real messy ending to that leg, so a real average buster.
100.
But a steady start from Dan here. I guess when you looked at the...
$140. $140.
Yeah, good start to this leg from Dan on throw. He's a wily character, is Jim McKeown.
60.
He loves a battle. He knows the importance. The experienced players coming to the Modus Super Series now in a Group C, Henry. You don't want to be starting with a defeat because that rule of 2 losses in Group C, etc. So already this is a crucial game.
And Jimmy Mchuan will forever now come here with a reputation because of what he's done here in the past. His picture is literally on the walls of this building because he's won a series.
42. Dan, you require 121.
Is Jeff Smith's on the wall?
Yes, there's full respect from the wall. And full respect from Dan Hands there because he's left himself on tops after 12, deciding not to go for the bullseye with his opponent all the way back on 259.
Yep, criticised his board management. I thought he was absolutely spot on. Good decision there. Jim will leave himself a finish if he can stay straight.
99. Dan, you require 40.
But it's in the hands of young Dan. Perfect marker.
30. Jim, you require 160.
That is a mistake that doesn't get mesmerically punished here. It won't be, and so Dan will be back for 3 more at 2-5s to open up a 2-1 advantage in this opening contest of the afternoon.
42.
Yeah, Jim held it together in leg 2 when he was just messing around at the end of the leg.
Game shot on the third leg.
Very similar there from young Dan Hands. You can just see him, that arm going, because it can get tricky on that double 5 if it's a big number there.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
3 legs played.
Game on.
3 holes of throw.
Hands on so far.
$38.
Big chance. That's what you want to hear. Dan is one of those players who's not watching when Jim's throwing. Jim is a very methodical player. So Dan just using that time, but A missed opportunity. That's a word that we used at the beginning of our introduction to this Group C. I think all 6 players will fancy their chances today.
Because actually, you look at it from top to toe. I know there's players with reputations like McKe, and I suppose Richard McKee's beginning to establish one of them as well. But everybody will look at him and think if they play at the peak of their performance levels, then they've got a chance. Now, the odds compiler I was looking at in terms of odds this morning had Damien Grimes as a 16-1 outsider. I know yesterday did not go to plan in the slightest. But if he plays like he did on Monday and Tuesday, 16-1 could be a very, very big price.
140.
He's top of the group going into yesterday's play in Group A.
125.
It's an important passage of play coming now. First time that the throw's really been threatened here. But McKeown on 279. Another treble will make him a big favourite for this leg.
133.
Outstanding darts under pressure.
Leads himself on 146 to square the game up at 2-2. Very much a nip and tuck encounter up to press. Everything thus far going with throw, just about.
Oh yeah, I was about to say it was at this stage when he was in control of his second leg on throw, where he just sort of messed about. But treble 19's been very, very kind to Jim already. Just getting his thoughts together. 88 points left, so you'd think treble 20 or treble 16. It's treble 16, and he's nailed it right in the middle
106.
But Dan Hands is trying to force the issue, trying to force this tops to go. For a level game.
Pressure. Hands is on a potential 2-darter.
5.
You could hear the cry of oh as he pulled that last dart into the single 5. Presents Dan Hands an opportunity to break.
51.
But he's unable to find double 12 of even the 2 darts he was allotted.
Yeah, for these rhythm plays, so quick going to that double 12, and that's the way he throws a dart. I would love to have seen just a more measured approach on that. Another opportunity, double 8 for McKeown. It's not his favourite side of the ball, but I tell you what, that's plumb. He hit a treble 16 in that leg, and then that double 8. Chucky got lucky.
5th leg is down
His
to
levels,
throw first.
you Devils, 2-2 in this tie between Hands and McKeown.
100.
Yeah, good response again there from Dan. That's what I'm sort of looking at this time. I was very complimentary of Dan Hands. I think there's a real dart player in there, but he's a long way from being the finished article. But Jim McKeown, he knows how to win on that stage. He knows how to fight. He knows how to graft. And demonstrating those qualities right now. A tidy opener, this.
And do you know what? There's nothing wrong about not being the finished article. And I think there's perhaps a conception that you have to be at this level right now. But we've seen it here. We've watched enough darts in this building over the last 3 years now that we've seen players come here. Maybe the first campaign, Martin Van Velzen is a great example of this. The first campaign they play here maybe didn't quite go to plan, but they take the learnings of the first appearance and then they get better and better. They learn with experience. And Marvin would go on to win a series and subsequently go on and win a tour card.
Well, if we have threatened the throw in the first 4 legs, this one is a real opportunity now.
140.
And I tell you what, the arm might have been flailing afterwards on darts 2 and 3 there, but McKeown has just pulled out an absolute beauty there. He now not only becomes favourite for this leg,
138.
he becomes favourite for this match because Jim McKeown had to break Dan Hands if he was going to win this match. And he has 6 darts from this 1 through 8.
It would have been the greatest 138 we would have seen this week.
44.
I'm glad you said this week.
Someone won a Dev Tour title on that.
86. Jimmy required 94.
That'll be a bit of a Twitter talking point.
Yes, I was not able to comment these days, but that is aggressive. That's impressive. And this is for a 3-2 lead. What a dart. That is a superb finish from Jim McKeown. He's been tested in this match. He's demonstrating that real desire. Remember,
Sixth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
we don't often see Jim McKeown in bottom position of a Group A campaign. He knew the importance of this game. I thought that was a terrific leg of darts.
He's the type of player, Jim, that's made a career on finishes like that. Pouncing upon
83.
opportunities in that kind of range when they arise.
Well, I said the value was in Dan Hans at 11 to 1 at the beginning to this one, but maybe I should have stressed the importance that he had to open up with Jim McKeown. That's the draw he didn't want, to be on first, to be on against Jim as well. I'm sure when he looked at the timetable, I'd be interested to see how Dan would bounce back if 45. He goes on to lose this game, because Jim's feeling it right now. You can often tell with Jim's throw when that arm afterwards, after the dart has gone and the arm's
100.
flailing around up, that he's feeling it because he knows this would be a massive win.
Just remember, if you put £1 on Dozz's tips, you will lose £1.
I haven't got one wrong the last 6 times I've been here, just to let you know that.
I'm going to jot that down for tomorrow afternoon.
You haven't asked me who I think will win this week, but I've got it right the past 6 times.
Well, who's going to win this week then?
43.
I'll tell you. Can I be allowed to say now, or can I watch Group B tonight first? Your choice.
I want it now.
JVS.
Well, he's the first name in. He's got 1 in 6 a chance, and when he's got his vociferous supporter base with him, it certainly acts as a 4th dart.
That was not the plan there for Dan, because he really was looking good to break back quickly. Remember, he would have the dart if it goes the distance. This has got really messy. This is so unlike Jim McKeown.
41.
Literally, my conclusion was written for this game, that crucial 5th leg, and Jim then just sort out the match, because that's what he does.
100.
What a dart.
Well, all of a sudden, there could be a sea change in this contest, because Dan Hans wins this leg, he breaks the throw, and then has the darts to win it in the next. However, McKeown, I'm going to find a second trouble to leave himself on a 2-darter. 25 would have done exactly that as well.
Yeah, I like that last start. The execution maybe not there. That's the perfect marker for a treble 20.
40. Jim, you require 110.
For the match, and to get his campaign underway of a victory. And he's going to get a dart at a double to do exactly that. It's Tots and McKeown. It's a win for McKeown to kick off his campaign. And he had to work hard for that one. Dan Hans posed a lot of questions to Chucky, but it is the former champion who gets over the line. A 4-2 winner. Not the best game in terms of averages, but 2 points are 2 points nonetheless. Coming up after the break, Richard McKe takes on Damien Grimes.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKe.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Group C, and Jim McKe, the Super Scot, has a superstar because he was tested in his opening game against Dan Hans. He went into this Group C campaign as the joint favourite and royally opens up with a victory. But really looking forward to watching Richard McKe. He had that fantastic victory. If you were with us for the beginning of the session there, we missing that 1-4-1 for the 9 darter on the night against Ryan Branley. He seems to be the real deal. And Damien Grimes, what a Monday he had in that bizarre Group A campaign. He does go into this Group C campaign as the big outsider of the 6 players. He did prove a lot of people wrong on Monday. What he'd give for that start today, but this is a tough one, Henry, against the very impressive Richard McKe, who seems to be really kicking on that stage.
He's somebody that's been unearthed as a gem this year, isn't he, Richard McKe? A player that we literally knew nothing about 6 months ago. And he was the first to admit that he has come completely onto the scene, burst onto it, and now is a weekly winner. Champions League didn't quite go to plan, but I remember speaking to him after, and he said, to be perfectly honest, for me, it was a chance to see actually how good I am, to test myself against that caliber of opposition. He knew he was the big outsider of the 12 players in that week because his reputation maybe didn't live up to that of the others. But he tried to embrace that as an advantage, tried to embrace the opportunity, and he feels coming into this week he is a better player as a consequence of playing a Champions League and of knowing that actually he can go on that stage and he can win on that stage.
23.
I mean, I'll give you a little cheat code as well for us commentators. We have various websites which has all the statistical information that you would need in every player. And it was blank on Richard McKe. I literally, when I first
76.
watched him play, I was like, who on earth, where's he come from? And then to do what he did, it's another great story in that stage. And yeah, but now he's got that accountability now. Now he'll be going into competitions, as we see now, as favourite. Not that unknown, where you can be more relaxed. But I think this is an ideal start against Damien.
Damien, who, yes, they didn't quite go to plan, had led the group after the first 2 days' worth of play, but ended up finishing 5th. I mean, there is, I suppose, a little bit of circumstance that we can give back to him in the fact that Jimmy Van Schie piled in 105 and Steve West piled in 115 against and did pick up a leg in both of those particular matches. So we will give him some mitigating circumstances as to how, yes, they didn't quite go to plan.
That's an incredible average, 115.
125.
We talked about Steve West an awful lot, didn't we? And when you know you've got that in the tank as well, you'll have to take that. It was round about the middle game of yesterday as well.
53.
Looking forward to seeing Steve. He'll be with us tonight, 10 o'clock, live on Pluto TV.
Well, McKe on 141. Now, we showed you a clip of him 141 earlier on, but that was a few visits early. He looked to try and win a week of a 9-darter against Ryan Brady. This is just to save his throw, and he may have to take it out to save his throw, because Damien Grimes has left himself on 46 for an opening leg break.
89. Damien, you require 46.
Been so successful on the ADC. This has been a new experience for Damien. And already it feels like a big dart.
Game
Against
shot
the
on
Group C
first leg,
favourite.
Damien
Big darts have been no
Grimes.
problem for Damore right now. Like I say, it was a rough day yesterday. But I just think if you'd have said to him on
Second
Monday
leg is Damien to throw first. Game on.
that on debut, you're going to be leading this very, very tough Group after 2 days, I think he'd have taken that.
Well, you certainly would have taken the points total. 14 points, which by and large usually gets you in and around the Group B
85.
conversation. But because the Group A was as congealed as it was only good enough for 5th spot. Now, if you thought yesterday morning was bad enough for Damien, well,
60.
it was almost as bad last night because he decided to go and play in a local competition just up the road from the live lounge, and he gets drawn against Simon Whitlock in the first round. And this is a Simon Whitlock that piles in 4 180s and a 170 finish against him.
125.
I think he might have heard you there because that first dart was sweet as a nut. Then you said Simon Whitlock and he hit the biggest 5 I've seen from him all week.
100.
I have that effect on people.
Here's that classic drawbridge throw, doesn't he? Just look at that length of that
58.
swing of the arm, bringing it all the way back. When we have a little look at the side splits of the throws, have a look how high that elbow is on Richard McKe as well. So 2
100.
totally different throws, very methodical throws, Damien.
63.
Really like that. Means he's thinking up there. He's not overawed by the situation. We've sort of waxed lyrical about Richard McKe, but he's up against it here.
100. Damien, you require 170.
It's not been spectacular, but it's been steady enough from Damien Grimes. Although that's possibly something that he needs to eradicate from his game. He's had a couple of them already, just that
39.
little slip either
Richard, you require
side of the
141.
single 20 target as McKe. Guess what he's left on again?
Treble 10 will be the last dart.
89. Damien, you require 131.
It's a whole throw. And a 2-0 lead. It's a big ask. An even bigger one now.
Well, from 170, he should be nowhere near 131 to start with. But McKe back for 52 to square the game up. Break back at 1 apiece.
41. Richard, you require 52.
He's the type of player that when you get him in these types of situations, you don't expect to come back to the board. He was picking off
42.
combo finishes
Damien,
like
you
that
require
for breakfast
90.
when he won his week.
But for Grimes, 170, he would have had 9 darts at it because this 90 is certainly not a gimme. But he's given himself an opportunity for double 15. This for a 2-0 lead, it's awkward that. Yeah, to the left, to the right. It's almost like it's just to the centre. He's looking almost a double 10 there.
60.
And I tell you what,
Richard,
that
you
wasn't a
require
badly
10.
thrown dart.
Doing the okey cokey. Well, how does he find a way underneath that? Because he's got
No
a very
score.
bulbous barrel as
Damien, you
Richard. So when
require
something
30.
hits the top wire like that, it can be rather awkward for him.
Game
Nothing
shot on
awkward
the
about that.
second
Says
leg.
Damien Grimes eventually picks the leg up. 2-0 he leads.
Third leg is Richard to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with all the
100.
technology that's out there. It looks like Richard McKe is using like an old style barrel of darts there.
He's one of those players that it's a setup that he likes, so he's
59.
continuing and persevering with it. It's a set that he's kind of used pretty much all the time he's been throwing darts, and it just works for him. He's a chef by trade. He's looking to cook up a bit of a storm this week.
60.
Oh, I've missed your one-liners, Henry.
I'll wait till a few games time when we got the first tungsten teaser of the week.
The question I was going to ask you there is Richard McKe has an element of
55.
Carl Wilkinson. Pretty old school. You know, that dart sort of, you know, he's just so consistent, the levels, you know, roughly what he's going to be doing.
60.
But like I say, I was really looking forward to seeing him playing this. The pressure now have been favourite. Can you remember him averaging low 70s on that staggering debut that he had?
He's not traditionally a good starter to a day. He is somebody that
59.
kind of gets himself at it as the games move along. But he's one of those
83.
players that he epitomises the category of solid. Yes, he's got a very good A game in him, but by and large, you will see him average something solid, something dependable,
60.
and he'll play around the numbers that can win your matches.
Yes, he needs to start something now. It is on throw. A ton ahead and got a treble, so looking good to reduce the deficit.
84.
An almost lazy last start, though. Grimes, his power scoring's gone missing. But another treble brings him right back in this.
98. Richard, you require 114.
Well, to get a foothold in the contest. It's going to be a dart at tots for Richard McKe.
74.
But that is a sixth
Damien, you
dart
require
he's missed at a double so far in
170.
this contest.
He's had a staggeringly good week so far as Damien on debut. The cherry on the cake?
Game
Oh,
shot
yes!
on the third leg, Damien Grimes.
Wowzers.
Well, that could well be the dart that takes the
Fourth
game
leg is
away from
Damien to
Richard
throw
McKe.
first.
That
Game
was an
on.
absolute sucker punch. A left, a right, and that could be good night for Richard McKe. Forget grimy. That was a crisp, clean finish.
100.
I nearly said that made my week, but I thought I better not. So I'll have Henry for the next 6
93.
months give me a hard time. But what a moment for Damien. It's almost like at the beginning of this game, I sort of written off his chances a little bit. And this was a player who, for 2 days, was topping the Group A. I was looking forward to seeing McKe.
97.
And I tell you what, it's just a real indicator to me that Grimes has just an awful lot to play in this Group C. The land of opportunity we've called this Group C.
100.
And what a way to take that outstanding third leg. We've seen the fish.
Fish for lunch. And I thought that was usually safe for a Friday.
60.
Good cod.
That used to be every Friday at school, that.
100.
Fish and chips.
Well, you did say he was a chef, but nothing 5-star about your one-liners right now.
Well, Richard McKe may be a chef, but he's getting battered at this present moment in time.
That's better.
140.
I've had enough of your jokes now, so if we can concentrate on the darts, that'd be appreciated.
58.
Because Damien
You
Grimes
require 104.
is 104. He'd expect 6 darts on this 104. So plan A is to see it out. 84 points left. Treble 20 staying on that target, so he needs to stay clean on this 19s. Even that
44.
single leaves
Richard,
a
you require
2-darter.
150.
He'll hope to be back.
Not to be, and so Grimes is going to get an opportunity to see this game out. Should get a couple of darts
80.
at tops to
Damien,
round
you
off a
require
comprehensive
60.
4-0 win.
Damien Grimes in leg 3. Checked out on the big fish. The 170. This has been an outstanding opening game. Pre-favourite was McKe.
40.
But he
Richard,
has
you
been
require
handed
70.
a lifeline. Couple of darts missed for the match from Damien Grimes. 1 dart at tops.
50.
Does not go, and that should be
Damien, you require 20.
He's already had a couple of match darts as Damien Grimes. He looks focused. And what a
Game,
start.
shot, and the
Damien
match,
Grimes had a
Damien
wonderful start on
Grimes.
Monday. He topped Group A in a really, really tough Group A campaign. And he was up against Richard McKe, who was the favourite going into this Group C campaign. But look at those stats. It was one-way traffic, and Grimes is up and running. Terry Nash is up next. He plays Johan Angstrom.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Gay
Couldn't get the job
gets
done.
got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Damien Grimes got the better of Richard McKe by 4-0. Next up for us, Terry Nash takes on Johan Angstrom. Johan, a player that we're seeing for only the second time here at the Super Series, very much a stalwart on the PDC Nordic and Baltic circuit, will be playing at the inaugural Nordic and Baltic Championship in October. Up against Terry Nash, the 37-year-old from Wales, a former weekly runner-up. As for Johan Angstrom from Södertälje in Sweden, a former weekly finalist here at the Super Series. That was all the way back in 2023 now, and it was actually quite the week that he was involved in. Quite the cast list of names that are involved in that particular week. Some have gone on to get tour cards, some very much stalwarts across the circuit. Chaz Barstow would win that week.
First
It was
leg is Terry to
Series
throw
6,
first.
week 3. Leonard Gates
Game
lost
on.
the final. That was the same week he hit a 9-darter. Darren Johnson, Martin Thomas, and the Canadian Jake McMillan. Hadn't seen him since
81.
the other Saturday night finalist. We also saw the man from the Faroe Islands, Jan McIntosh. That was a fair old way to come from. Alan Norris, Jim McEwen,
84.
James Richardson, and Joe Croft.
$140.
Well, Terry Nash is my tip for this Group C. But like I said, the experience of Johan Angstrom. I always get the fear of me response.
135.
But every time I look back, I go to my first World Masters. 3-0 down. Best of three, remember? 3-0 down for each set and 1-0 down. And I come back to beat him 4-3. And we became firm friends because I think a few days later I'm suddenly playing...
85.
Who did I play in my World Masters final? First one, the American?
Larry Butler.
Larry Butler. But I very nearly went out in the prelim round to Johan Angstrom, and we've stayed in touch ever since.
55.
Good guy.
Last World Master to be played at the Hull City Hall. That was the same week that Andy Fordham qualified for the Grand Slam.
140.
Video qualifiers as Nash looks at 125 to take the opening leg. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that would have been a flashy way to have kick-started things.
57.
What an effort that was. Angstrom has just quietly gone on with his job here. This for a superstar. That was for a 14 dart. He'd be disappointed with that. He did all the hard work.
27. Terry, you
Nash
require 25.
to take the opener.
Looking at 25. Looking at 2-8s. And looking very good so far. That was a very solid first leg. Much to the annoyance of Johan Angstrom, who shakes his head at the back of the stage.
Second leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Yes, big thanks to the best commentator at the Modus Super Series, Paul Nicholson, for his information on Group A. And he said Johan Angstrom very consistent, but watch out for his double tops, Clem.
41.
Because if they're going, he can be very dangerous. And when he had that dart tops for an early break and then hit the one. But yeah, thanks for Nico
45.
and Trina. It was an amazing Group A, wasn't it? I mean, you've seen every potential scenario of every single group, especially on our third birthday as well here at the Modus Super Series. But
81.
it was balmy.
Yeah, it was a group that was tighter than 2 coats of paint.
Tighter than 2 Henry Deacons at the bar. He's still greedy, are you? Still
100.
keeping all your money in?
Hold on, hold on, hold on. First of all, I was going to pay for Italian later. That's off the cards. And secondly,
61.
I've bought in a whole bit of coffee. Like I
Do
bought.
you want the £1.49 for it?
And I bought you some pop.
Very neatly placed, just as that treble 19 is neatly placed from Angstrom. Throwing a very flat dart as Johan is the first thing I'm sort of picking up, but nice rhythm for Terry Nash. His ADC numbers have been very good in the vaults. High 80 averages, lots of the word champion near his name. And the beauty of those vaults as well, Henry, is that you come here with that winning feeling. And I think that's what Terry Nash has got. But both Jim McKeown and Angstrom have looked good coming down from A to C so far, despite the fact that the Swede is 1-0 down at the moment.
But he won a qualifier just at the weekend, Terry Nash, to ensure for return in 2026. Not that I think he's a player that needs one of them, but it does give him the security of a week as opposed to maybe an invite into a Group C or a Group B. Angstrom not going to find the 1, 2, 4. And so Nash with an opportunity
56. Terry, you require 143.
to double up his lead and to get the break.
Yeah, the last 2 times I've been here, I've dealt with so many nerves with Carl Coleman and Jamie Durrant on the hockey. This week I'm feeling a little bit more relaxed.
Johan, you require 68.
And this certainly will relax Johan. Often so cool, calm as so many of the Scandinavian players are. He had an opportunity in leg 1 which he fluffed his line, but no problem whatsoever. 1-1.
As I say, Terry, one of a number of players that are qualified to play at the Modus Super Series in early 2026. The qualifiers took place at the weekend. Many congratulations to Terry, Alex Small, Dylan Dowling, Butch Devine, Jonathan Platt, Patrick Williams is having a very good season, incidentally. Billy Leonard, Tyler Thorpe, again another player the last few months has played superbly. Lee Evans, Kieran Ford, and Chaz Barstow.
Great work, Henry, there. Good names as well. Yeah, it was Billy Leonard that won the Northeast one. With some cracking names. Great to see Alex Small still playing. And I think there's a dart player in Alex Small. I really do. These qualifiers are getting tougher and tougher.
100.
I mean, I've looked at the names for this series, and there's some big names who aren't being invited. There's some real serious big names that might have to go through
99.
qualifications to get back to the Modus Super Series. Sort of gone are the days when you can just sort of rely on that invite.
I genuinely would love to see in the future where Group A is a qualifying system. As in for, you have to do something
140.
tangible to get into a Group A, whether that win a
167.
Challenge Tour, Dev Tour, win an ADC, or win a week here in the past. I'd love to see those days, or win an ADC
97.
qualifier, obviously, to get in.
Well, we're not standing still at the Modus Super Series, and 2026 promises to be really exciting. We'll keep delivering the best amateur darts on the circuit. And if Terry Nash has
97.
aspirations of being the best amateur player, winning a week here, that's exactly what he needs. As he looks at double top for a 2-1 lead.
50.
I just
Johan
dropped
Uruguay,
underneath, and so
106.
Johan looking at 106 for the break at a 2-1 lead in this game.
That's a super opening dart. Fluffed his lines in the first, immaculate in the second.
88. Terry Uruguay, 20.
Double 18 goes a begging for the Swede. And a drop of the dart there just knocks Terry Nash off course a little bit.
16.
Not to be, and
Johan
so
Uruguay,
Johan
18.
presented with another chance for the break. And he's going to split. He's going to do the Jeff Smith. 10-4.
14.
But unlike the silencer,
Terry
he's unable
Uruguay,
to
4.
execute.
Yeah, Nash got away with that one. That will really settle him down.
Nash.
Sometimes you can have a blinding 11 darter, 12 darter, those type of legs. You can just see by his
Fourth
reaction
leg
there
is
the
Johan to
importance
throw
of winning that
first.
scrappy
Game
leg.
on.
We'll be talking about that one at the end because averages aren't brilliant in this group. I think the player that's really stood out for me so far, Henry, has been Jim McKeown.
Yeah, well,
100.
he has the highest average of the players so far, including some of the numbers in this one. Terry Nash has the nickname
100.
Boss Baby. You can actually see the main character from that animated film on the side of his shirt. Because apparently there is a facial similarity between Terry and the lead character in
43.
that film. I don't know whether you've seen that movie or not.
Genuinely, I don't watch films, Henry. I honestly...
100.
Shawshank Redemption is about the only film I've ever watched.
That's a good one. To be fair, I'm not a big movie buff myself, but it was on the terrestrial television at Christmas last year, and you know what it's like. You know when you get to like the 27th and you're like, you've had so many sandwiches and you scoffed on so much you can't be bothered to move the
121.
dial. You just leave it on channel 1 and be done with for the rest of Christmas.
When am I back in this chair?
85. $100.
You can see the relaxation in Nash now. And you can see the frustration come from Angstrom because this has been in scoring terms, his worst leg. And he's seriously under pressure right now. Come on, he says.
46. Terry Uruguay,
Terry
80.
Nash for 80 points. Stay straight with the first.
Game shot on the fourth
That's an
leg,
outstanding
Terry
way to
Nash.
check out an 80, but part of me thinks he was very conservative with that first dab, but clean as a whistle. That scrappy leg
Fifth leg is Terry to throw first.
to a
Game
super
on.
2-dart, 2 double tops, 80 finish.
Did you see the look Johan gave Terry there as he
97.
hit the top shots? He couldn't quite believe what has been hit against him.
Old school see, I still think players like Johan will see the 2 doubles as disrespectful. But if you ask Terry, I think
96.
it was almost in for the bottom wire of the tops. Almost like it wasn't big, because it would be a silly strategy to go for 80 when your opponent's still
140.
way back. And it just sort of floated into that tops, and all goes back to that scrappy third leg.
And I tell you what, it might have lit a fuse in Terry as well, because he's very much up to it in this thing. That was a 14 darter to win the last, and
140.
just looks like he's beginning to get into a bit of a rhythm here as the finishing line approaches.
Has he lit the blue touch paper?
44.
He has more than lit the blue touch paper.
Lit, not licked.
Will he be licking his lips over this potential prospect?
I think you're right, Henry. I think he's put a little bit of
95.
fire in the belly of Angstrom, but Nash is looking good because a 140, 180 here. Look at the pace and the rhythm of the throw right now. The
140.
confidence is
Johan, you require
oozing out of him.
170.
However, has the sweet ferret got a big fish up his sleeve? No, he hasn't, and so Terry will be back. Does he go tops again? Does he, Glenn?
I think he will, but don't be surprised if he hits
32.
a fat
Terry, you
20.
require 80.
Actually close to the tops. Told you.
He perseveres
Game
and eventually
shot,
finds us
and
back-to-back
the match,
top
Terry
finishes for Terry Nash to get the better of Johan Angstrom by 4 legs to 1. Really began to find a groove towards the end. Legs of 14 and 15, finishing the job off. That the tale of the tape. Best performance so far today from Terry Nash. A 4-1 win over Johan Angstrom. Mchuan and McKe is coming up next.
It's the Group C campaign today, Modus Super Series, and we have just witnessed the performance of the day so far from Terry Nash. And it was all about 2 tops in the end. The 80 finish proved very, very important to him. And at the beginning of the session, we looked at the betting odds, and the 2 players on your picture, Jim McKe and Richard McKe, could not be separated 13-8. But both had such different starts to their campaigns. Jim McKe, I thought, at times looked really solid because he was asked a lot of questions by Dan Hans and had the answer. Had to break him in leg 5. And in the end, saw out the game for a player who
First
finished
leg,
bottom of
it's
Group
Jim
A.
to throw first. Game on.
It was a great start for the Scot against the player who we were talking probably most about, Richard McKe, who burst onto the Modus Super Series. Hardly anything known about him to then win a weekly night. It was a wonderful performance. We nearly saw the 1-4-1-9 data to check out, but he had a disastrous start and lost out to Damien Grimes, who himself hit the Big Fish 170. Dare I say, Henry, a must-win for McKe already?
60.
You could possibly categorise it as a must-win game. He's not completely out of it if he loses this one, but he puts himself in a big spot of bother if he is to lose this particular game, because he'd find himself 4 points behind McKeown, and realistically he's going to find himself 4 points. Well, he's going to be guaranteed to be 4 points behind 2 players, because Damien Grimes and Terry Nash go head-to-head in this particular round of games. So yes, he would find himself behind the 8 ball, but he'd be by no means snookered. But Jim, that was a solid start, wasn't it, in terms of his
46
opening display. 81 average, 4 from 11 on his doubles, the 110 to win in what was actually at times a pretty stop-start game against Dan Hans. Found the break in the 5th leg of the contest and never looked back since.
Yeah, pretty one-sided game so far, but you have to say it's 6 fairly methodical players. Dan Hans is the one outstandingly quick player, and I'm wondering how much he's going to struggle against the pace of the games, because as you can see, Jim McKeown is that very methodical player. Each dart, each rhythm is exactly the same. And for McKe, I think very old school, isn't he? We use that term about him in relation to his setup, but everything smacks to me that he's just a very old school player on young shoulders.
Yeah, this is a little bit more of a
43.
leisurely horse ride down the beach as opposed to a Formula 1 track day in terms of the pace in this group.
Well, I guess for Anton, our new referee, he's getting the experience of sort of everything, because those rat-a-tat games, boys, you need to be on your... I did a little bit of refereeing recently. It is difficult, isn't it? I thought I knew the game, but when they start spraying the darts about, yeah, I had to get the calculator out.
Genuinely believe it is the hardest job in this building, without any shadow of a doubt. The concentration over 15 games, you cannot make a mistake. It's the hardest job of anybody's.
I'll come back to you in leg 2, because McKe had a dart to break the throw, Jim McKeown. We talked about his steely determination and finding ways to win legs. He's been second best so far in this one. Needs the treble 19. Gets the treble 19 for another steal.
93.
Drags it low, presents McKe with an opportunity. Handing over McKe the initiative.
Richard McKe.
Handing over a break.
I have a theory before we go back to that. When players want a big number double,
second leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
And they just creep into the big number that, like that one is, the double always goes. It's almost like you begin to relax a little bit and think, I've got away with one there. And you saw the reaction from McKeown, because that's how it can really hurt a dart player, that last dart double in those scrappy opening legs. But talking about the hardest job in the world of darts,
85.
I think spotting has to be up there. I had the opportunity to go back and have a look in the production of some places I've been working recently. And when you talk about the word concentration levels, that spotting job's harder than I thought.
Oh, it's a ridiculously tough job, but made very easy by the people that do that particular job here at the Super Series. Got some of the best in the world
85.
doing that particular job. Owen Binks, Jared Cole amongst them.
My friends.
I do have friends. I know it sounds hard to believe, but I do have friends.
And for that new referee, again, I've had the joy of working with Paul Hinks this week, who has played on and refereed, in the heat of Dubai, the boiling hot atmosphere of the match play, but he said the hardest refereeing job he's ever had to do
140.
is the Monday morning right through to Saturday at the Modus Super Series. 104 matches, incredible amount of legs, though, and he said that can test any referee.
58.
But the Super Series also has a very good track record. Yes, we've got people like Paul Hinks who have been there, done the job for years, but look at what a kind of catapult it's been for the likes of Charlie Corstefine.
Carly Chastafine.
Beep, 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 another Carly update. But Charlie Corstefine, Owen Binks.
44. Jim, you require 56.
You'll have to tell me in the next leg what Owen Binks has ever achieved. As McKeown looks at tops. What a marker.
36.
He will be back.
Well, McKe trying to apply some kind of pressure. Well, he's applying a bit, isn't he?
140. Jim, you require 20.
Get a bit of scoreboard pressure on, trying to get the shout of the referee, maybe to offset Jim McKeown a little bit. Unable to do that.
Well, he was creeping closer.
Richard, you require 46.
And I did say in my opening statement that he looked pretty impressive at times in his opening game. This could be a disastrous start.
Game shot on the
Because McKe
second
needed a win in this game.
Richard McKe.
And by hook or by crook, he now leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Well, an antiphasization of his opening match against Damien Grimes so far.
Have you been eating a thesaurus for breakfast?
55.
It's the only word I know, a long word that doesn't have an R in it.
Anyway, we're going to go back to what Owen Binks has achieved.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie's gone on to be a professional referee. I'm just wondering what the
100.
distinction is between Charlie and Owen.
Ah, Owen's got a couple of clicks on TikTok.
Ah, good shout, good shout.
He's a famous, famous geezer. I actually went out with
140.
Owen last week. We went to London. It was a lovely day.
Here's a dart match on, Henry, just to bring you back to your day job.
Just saying that he was in London and he got recognised outside Wembley Stadium by some darts fanatics. Funnily enough, there was a tour card holder and another famous dart player there, and Owen Binks was the one that got picked out. Nobody knew who I was.
59.
Consider it's our fourth game, yet to see a 180. So the real power scoring, it's the land of opportunity. Group C, we've labelled it as
171.
just as good as a 180, you could argue.
Well, it's a maximum turn. And is this going to be a turn of events for Jim McKeown?
Because
he got 6 here from 78 to get himself on the board. Still has to find a break, having been broken in this contest. But he's got plenty of time just to get the first chalk on the board. Double top.
38.
Once again, I use the line, he will be back. The worrying signs for Jim. I did say that in the previous leg that he went on to lose. And McKe will leave himself a 2-darter.
Jim, you require 40.
So no more mistakes for Gentleman Jim.
Tops.
Game
Halves
shot on the
the
third
deficit.
leg.
McKeown
Jim
back into the
McKeown.
contest at 2-1. Well, I do want to get your opinion on this because there has been some
Fourth leg,
news
it's
in
Richard to
the
throw first.
darting world that has dropped this morning. The 2026 PDC calendar is out. As for Richard McKe, well, the calendar year of 2025 has been good so far, and that, at long last, is the first 180 of the day.
Yay.
44.
And for a dart player like Jim McKeown, who felt like he's done the hard work to get back in the game, it's the one thing that you don't want to hear against. And you get excited when McKe hits the 180 with the first one, because it then does take you back to that fantastic effort,
45.
as we alluded to earlier. In a Saturday night final against Ryan Branley, he'd gone to lift the trophy, but what a way that would be, Henry, to hit the 9 darter to take the weekly event.
Yes, well, Danny Van Tripe to it to win the third leg in a final a few weeks ago. Almost a case of like London buses. But before Richard McKe rudely interrupted us, I just want to get your take on the PDC calendar, which was released today. A Premier League night in Belgium, 135 days of PDC ranking events, an expanded European tour which now has 15 events, which includes European tours in both Poland and Slovakia.
58.
Yeah, it's just what a time to be a dart player. Of course, I'm a part of my head is part of what the work I do with the PDPA, so I knew a lot of the information's coming out. It's just a wonderful time to be a dart player right now. A staggering amount of money to be won. Real opportunities for players going to Q School against this year. Players playing sensational, of course. Luke Littler. He's just turned this wonderful game into something really special. 2026 is going to be amazing.
Well, that not so amazing.
82.
But a fantastic last start, and he's looking good to go. One away.
1 for 8 on the doubles of Jim McKeown. That has been the big slip, and he hasn't been able to keep scoring pace with McKe in this fourth leg. And so free in hand, a double 18 to go 3-1 to the good.
Yeah, he was 50% going into these 3 darts on the outer ring.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That standard
Richard McKe
continues. It's going to be tight, this Group C. If McKe can be Jim McKeown.
5th leg is Jim to throw first.
And then the next game coming up, 2 players searching for the first one. We could have a very, very tight Group C, and the big winner could be Terry Nash or Damien Grimes.
It feels like the type of group that the player that chips away the most is the one that's going to get the most success. Doesn't feel like one of those groups that's going to be won by something blistering, but somebody that's just able just to get out opponents a little bit, the one that's able to win those sluggish games.
And I really like that term, because then I go back to the interview with Carl Wilkinson last week, and his whole mentality was, I'm tough to beat. You pretty much know that I'm going to be solid. You know I'm going to hit my doubles. It's your job to find that. So, yeah, I like that term. I think that's a good line to describe this Group C. I don't think anyone's going to be banging in the 115 averages that we saw Steve West yesterday.
100.
But also, I think we're going to see a really consistent, solid play going through to Saturday night.
Your bank manager don't care what you average if you put the money in the account.
Copyright Chris Mason. His type of line, that one.
That's averages on trophies.
135.
Yeah, good response here from McKeown, just doing what he has to. When you're playing Jim McKeown, you know he's always going to scrap to the last dart. We talk about the skills and abilities and attributes of players, and that's, you know, it's right high up on the priority list for Jim McKeown. So 57. He'll slug this one out. Sometimes it might not be as pretty as the rat-a-tat style of players that you'll see on this stage, but that's just a key attribute to the success of Jim McKeown.
97. Jim, you require 144.
To keep him in the contest. To keep him in the contest. To keep the hopes a-flickering. Well, that's majestic for McKeown.
Jim McKeown.
Back against the wall. He finds a 144 to keep himself in the contest. His second Ton Plus checkout of the day.
Just saw Jim McKeown, but the biggest 3 darts in this match for Richard McKe.
140.
And that is outstanding. I thought it was a beautiful touch and a little fist pump there. Kept his composure really together. Started with a 140 because the heart rate right now for Jim, it'll be pumping.
45.
What a chance for McKe. Now, all you're saying to yourself right now is just give me 1 treble. Just let me hear the score of 100 or 97. That's all I want to hear.
60.
Well, unable to find the... Oh, and he accidentally left the dart in as he took the flight out. We saw that yesterday on the Pro Tour with Owen Bates. Actually qualified for Euro Tour today, didn't he?
Another one of your friends by any chance?
One of a number of players to qualify for Euro Tour 13. Nico Springer, Oscar Lukasiak, Richie Edhouse, Kor Decker, Martin Lukman, Lucas Veinig, Willie O'Connor, Callan Ridds and Yitzi van der Waal.
Yes, those players will be so tough to now even qualify for a Euro Tour right now. It's just as tough to win a weekly night here.
78.
That's what each player is striving for this week. I haven't seen a great deal from this Group C so far to tell me that there's a player who'll be going to Saturday night as a favourite. But McKe and McEwen were the favourites to win this Group C and qualify. But it's been a match round about the low 80 averages. But McEwen, can he finish with real aplomb? We've seen the 144 in the previous leg. Where's his scoring boots, I ask?
180.
Well, it's right there, right on cue. The 148 is not going to go for McKe. Has he got another ton-plus finish in his locker when his back's firmly against it?
Well, he might even have 6 stars because 88 he'd be hoping to get, but it's not a gimme. But that 144 is just giving the confidence to Jim McEwen right now for his beloved double top.
97. Richard, you require 88.
Well, this for the match may just be a dart at the bull. But he gets the boosty bonus, a double 7.
74.
Which he cannot take.
Jim, you require
Match dart come and
20.
gone. A 3-1 down. Jim McEwen was looking down and out. We did say he'll slug it out. He finds ways to win.
Flag, Jim McEwen.
And Jim McEwen has now become favourite for this match because we're going the distance. Jim has the darts.
Deciding leg is Jim to throw first.
And that could be a rarity.
Game on.
Was there a smile on the face of Jim McEwen? Is he the silent assassin to see this game out because he's looking really, really good? Finding his scoring boots, finishing with real aplomb.
81.
Into the 18th minute of this game. And we are none the wiser as to who's going to win it. But this could well be key move for McKe. Finds a couple of troubles of his first turn. Piles the pressure on the McEwen throw.
You're just changing your mind on the favourites for there's that dart that comes into the game for Jim McEwen when he's not
121.
100% fit, but that is how good he is. 1-2-1 under pressure. I was about to say McEwen was 60 points behind going into it. 3-3 level score. Pick a winner.
And it may just be the fact that McEwen throws first that could be the difference maker in this one. However, could do for trouble here, because if he doesn't, then the door all of a sudden opens up for the Northern Irishman.
57.
I mean, 18s was the shot, but you just want to take that 99 points off, and you're saying, I don't want to go for treble 20, but I will. Good decision from McEwen, but the execution not there. Will he be punished?
60.
Nothing to separate.
It really is the width of a cigarette paper between these two. What do you give for a second hit?
140.
Fancy the big Scot. That's just what he does.
Now McEwen has a little bit of daylight.
But look what McKe's left. How many times has he left that finish today? Will he be back for it?
Yeah.
Treble 14, I'd expect him to go. Bullseye, is of course, is an option. Right decision again. 68 points left.
54.
We talked about the magic of the Modus Super Series and the 141. We've been here before, Henry.
But it can't be done now. And so McKeown back for 48 to seal a 4-3 win.
59.
A second
Jimmy
win,
require 48.
which would put him in control of his destiny.
Back to his trusted tops. And it is
shot,
2 wins out of
and
2
the
for Jim
match,
McKeown.
Jim McKeown.
And boy, did he highlight and showcase all that fighting ability that he's all about. 3-1 down, Jim McKeown was in that game. That's going to be difficult for Richard McKe to bounce back from that. They were around about that 80 average throughout, but it's all about that steely determination, McKeown. The 1-4 was the highlight. 2 wins out of 2. Johan Angstrom's up next. He plays Dan Hans.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKeown.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jim McKeown got the better of Richard McKe by 4 legs to 3. And that means for McKeown, that is 2 wins out of 2 at the beginning of this group. Next up for us, Johan Angstrom and Dan Hans go head to head. Both
First
players
leg,
looking to get
it's
their
Johan to throw
first win of
Game
their
on.
campaigns. Dan losing out 4-2 to Jim McKeown in his opener, whilst Johan Angstrom was beaten by Terry Nash by 4 legs to 1. But 2 players that had opportunity in both of their games, but it was
100.
missing key opportunities that was their undoing in the end.
Yeah, I thought Terry Nash played excellent against Johan Angstrom. I think
100.
he, I think you've nailed that sort of analysis quite good. I've just been chatting to a few people about Dan Hands, and I like Glenn. He's a massive scorer. And he said, watch out for the blind 180s as well. He loves the blind 180, but he can be his own worst enemy. And I'm just thinking, after that loss to Jim,
60.
it's the reaction from him. And if he does go and lose this game again, I don't fear for his ability. I fear for his sort of mental strength of getting through adversary in that case.
He's a player that needs a bit of roughing around the edges, if you get what I mean.
He's learning on the job, but you
96.
don't think like that as a young player. You know, you want success now. But look at that rhythm. I mean, it's
100.
He looks great, doesn't he? When it's working perfectly well. But that's just one element to be a dart player. We've just watched the total extreme there with Jim McKeown, who the 3-1 down. I still had him to win the game because that's what he's got.
58.
And you don't get that with these flair players like Dan Hands.
140. Johan, you require 152.
Well, Angstrom here looking at 152 to take the opening leg of this contest. Not to be. So Dan has left himself in a position where one treble will give himself a dart at a double for the break.
83.
And he's
Dan,
probably
you
going to
require
have to take it because
101.
Angstrom is happily sat on 69. Tops
81.
just goes underneath.
Johan, you require 69.
Options. .54 remaining. Just about in the single. Even Dan Hands had to have a little look at that. And the tops just
49.
eludes the
Dan, you
sweet.
require 20.
Well, Hans spoke about the fact that doubles has been his Achilles heel on that stage. It started nicely in that
score.
opening game against Jim
Johan, you
McKeown.
require 20.
But I wonder if that's just the noise in the back of the mind right now, because that's a missed opportunity. Experience of Angstrom, you'd fancy this. This tricky though, 5-5. Yeah, the shake of the head tells you everything.
16. Dan, you require 20.
Well, another opportunity presents itself, and this
Game shot
time
on the
it's one
first
Dan
leg.
Hands
Dan
can
Hands.
take. He puts his hands up by way of apology, and he gets the break. 1-0 he leads. Got the nickname
Second
the
leg is
Tap
Dan to
Man,
throw
Glenn. Have you got
first.
any
Game
idea as
on.
to why?
I asked the question last time he was here and got the
60.
answer, but I'm an old man these days and I forgot.
Because he's got a number of tattoos.
Ah, I did know that as well.
Have you got a tattoo?
100.
Very personal question. Frankly, Henry, I think it's none of your business.
180.
That's what I expected from Dan Hands. Lots of 180s. Very similar to the previous game where you win the scrappy leg. He's got away with one in that first leg. Is it helping him?
58.
Look how quick he is to the hockey now. These are good signs. Should manoeuvre around the board. Back up to the 20s.
131.
Yeah, really beginning to find a bit of a rhythm now. Beginning to find his mojo a little bit.
100. Dan, you require 130.
Time on the side of 130. Don't be surprised if he goes to the bull. He's just in that
96.
mood right now, and maybe that when he went back to it, I'm going to be aggressive, I'm going to attack. I don't disagree with that.
Either that or he has a real flavour for double 17. The lesser spotted, the least checked out double
45.
of them
Dan, you
all.
require 34.
Doesn't even have to go for it if he doesn't want to, but decided to go on the offensive
Game
and find
shot
the
on
double 8
second
to double his
leg.
lead.
Dan Hands.
Yeah, if there's one thing I've learned about commentary,
Third
that
leg is
people
Johan
come
to
up
throw
with names that
first.
just
Game
stick, don't they? The
on.
big fish, with Rod Stud. Is there any other finishes? Because the only one that I've come up with, which people use, you've just said it there, the lesser spot, the double 17.
134.
I love the ladder shot.
140.
Is there any other doubles finishes which you can think you can hear the commentator in your mind?
Oh, Nico's got one. He calls double free the trap door.
60.
I call it the Little Richard because I saw one of the best videos I've seen for a long time. Did you see that with his satchel on?
58.
One hand Hold that, Luke Humphreys. Give me one dart. Bosh, walk back off the stage. What a beauty.
$100.
I suppose with your 5'2" frame and very small hands,
58.
double three would be quite a good double for you. Is it the only one you could reach?
Hey, if you look at my vault numbers from the other week,
Oh, I did. I brought them.
20.
I have. I'm waiting for the wooden spoon. I'm waiting for how many matches have you won on that stage, Glenn? And then I'll bring them out.
140.
They will be getting lobbed out.
Hey, I'm number 1,628 in the region.
Oh, I'm 2 ahead of you.
That's only because you won the participation medal.
140. Dan, you require 105.
That was an opportunity for a 3-0 lead.
45.
But after 15
Johan, you
darts,
require 41.
Angstrom has left 41. And quite simply, it has to go. And the decision making is not clear at the moment. These are not good signs. Look at the negativity the body language is given from you. But he has that experience. That's plumb smack in the middle. This has to go.
Game.
And to his credit, it does. And he's back in the contest at 2-1. Hans has the darts to move to clear. But
fourth leg is down to throw
please
first.
stick with me on this
Game
point,
on.
Glenn. Please stick with me on this point from start to end. Because I was watching a documentary
140.
not too long ago about Scandinavia, and in particular Scandinavian people, and the way they think and the way that they process things in life. And one of the things that struck me a lot from watching that documentary
60.
was everything is calculated. Everything has reasoning towards it. And people generically from Sweden, Denmark, Norway, they won't just
140.
do things for the sake of doing them. And Johan's kind of typified that Nordic way of thinking, that everything is done
140.
with a purpose, a poise, and a reason.
58.
I'm trying to add insight here.
Let me know when you're bringing that insight, because Dan Hans has missed a trick there with that setup play, because he left a bogey number with a 163.
100.
He has got 6 darts from here.
Yeah, it's a societal thing.
59.
Are you still talking about Scandinavia? Are you talking to yourself? Imagine though, Henry, if we got a real top player from... I mean, we say this about Asia. We've talked about the fact that Johan Angstrom is a real stalwart. He's done what he's had to do for his country. With darts like that, let me add. Hans was totally in control of this game. And now he could be moments away from 2-2.
56. Johan,
May well be handing back the initiative. Zayshaw looks at 2 12s. And levels the game up. 13 darts as well.
Angstrom.
Very calculated. Because there was a documentary I watched about Scandinavian people.
Fifth leg is Johan to throw first. Game on.
Everything is for a reason.
Honestly, National Geographic Channel, you should try it one day.
60.
But going back to your point about Scandinavia, they are waiting for somebody to burst at the seams in terms of a top player emerging. Now, the players that kind of are emerging are the likes of Andreas House and Johan Engström, players that, and I mean this with the greatest of respect, are towards the latter end of their careers. They could really do with someone like a Victor Tingström, for example, to really find a streak in a purple patch.
I thought it was going to be Oscar Lucasi when I first saw him, a 14, 15-year-old. He had one of the best throws I've ever seen. I thought, this is the real deal. But that transition from youth onto senior level to travelling onto the professional circuit is not easy. But yeah, it was an interesting interview, wasn't it, with the... Was it the Malaysian players, the Japanese players who said, yes, we can get across the Q school,
60.
but the cultural changes, the moving across to the UK, there's so many things. But when you go over to Denmark and Sweden and Norway, Iceland, Honestly, they love the darts. The crowds are wonderful.
But again, I suppose going back to
96.
keep with it, Glenn, the societal things, there's different factors in play for younger people. We've seen it from players in Germany, like Nico Springer. Took a couple of years back, focused on his studies, and now playing at the top level. Now he's completed his studies. And there's a similar thing in Scandinavia. Similar society trends there.
He's been here before with a 150. Likes that treble 19, treble 19, double 18.
Yeah.
And we've seen the 144 today. But from being firmly in control of this game, I used the line that Johan Angstrom had to check out on a finish of 41. He hit it with his last dart, and since then, it's been all about the Swede. And he could now be moments away from leading this game for the first time in this match.
Game shot
no problem whatsoever. What a fight back.
3-2 to Johan Angstrom. And the reason I say this is you go to places, so all 4 Scandinavian countries, the only one that doesn't is Iceland. Every single one of those nations has national service for young people. So Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, there is a conscription where they have to do military service at some point when they're a younger person. So for 6 months at a time, they may not even have access to a dartboard. Different interests come into play, which is maybe why the players that we see come out of those regions develop at an older age.
140.
Fair play. Fair play. That gives the indication why maybe the best we see are maybe already in their 30s. Didn't think I'd be learning something from Henry Deacon today.
41.
I'll be watching National Geographic traffic even? Channel a lot more now.
100.
And there is one on Pluto TV, so you can watch it between sessions tonight. Anyway, Hans looking for a Hinks.
$140. Dan, you require 127.
Yeah, with Angstrom back on 278. No problems whatsoever.
87.
I did say after game 3 that there have all been one-sided affairs so far. But the last game went the distance. Jim McKeown coming back from 3-1 down in that one. This one really has flip-flopped from one player to the next. But it looks like we are going the distance
40.
again. As Dan Hans looks at tops.
2 10s. Doesn't want to come inside here.
20.
Yeah, that felt like a conservative last start. He'll have to be aggressive with his first dart and the next one. Because Johan Angstrom, when he misses that treble 20, has that flat dart, it's almost like he can just use that one as a guide. 41. Not enough pressure.
Dan, you require 20.
So 2 10s.
Game
the first dart looked awkward, but the
Dan
second one was
Hans.
perfect. And we head all the way to the last leg decider.
7th and deciding
well, that was
leg.
like an awful
Johan
game of rock, paper, scissors there.
Game on.
Angstrom was rock, Hans was paper.
$96.
Yeah, smacks an awful lot like the previous game with Jim McKeown. This time was Angstrom who's 2-0 down in this one, but fair play to Dan Hans. He bounced back from losing 3 legs on the spin. And as we said in the last game, nothing to separate them right now. But they seem to be producing the best darts when they've been under pressure.
98. $140.
Well, that could well be a turning point in this leg.
Well, he's taken his average just shy of 91 as Dan Hans in this game. He is a player where I feel like he feeds off confidence.
45.
I would fear for him if he does lose this game and loses 2 on the spin. So these are seriously
60.
big moments. And when you get the big moments, when you're under pressure, you could see him. Did he try too hard with those 3 darts? He's beating himself up. And I just want to say to him, relax the mind.
$58.
6 darts from 201 for Dan Hans to get his first one on the board
96.
and to put Johan Angstrom in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, I think the loser of this game is under pressure, but that was a stunning last start there from Dan Hans. He probably feels like he's totally in control of this game right now. But that's not the case, because Angstrom with that treble. It's 105 versus 104. He's been here before, missed the treble 15 badly.
39.
That's scrappy.
Johan, you require 104.
So 104 for Johan Angstrom to get over the line. He's looking at the 16s. Oh, he went for the 19s, in matter of fact. 47 remaining, having hit the 57.
I think he knew what he wanted if he hit the single 19, but he's had a bit of a mind blank with 2 darts left. But it's match dart this time for the Super Swede.
84.
He misses a chance.
66.
Hands presented one. Head in hands for Angstrom. But he may well be shaking the hand of Dan Hans as he piles in the tops to complete a 4-3 victory. A topsy-turvy game which went one way then t'other, but it's the tap man who collects the points and gets himself on the board for the day. Best average of the day so far, best performance of the day so far. Coming up after the break, Damien Grimes takes on Terry Nash.
$54. Charlie McKe, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. And we started by saying that there was some one-way traffic in the early games, the early encounters, but the previous 2 games have gone the distance. with the benefactors being Jim McKeown and Dan Hans, who finally gets his first 2 points. It was a great start for the pair of them coming to the Yokin. A super opportunity for one of these two players to join Jim McKeown by playing 2 games and winning 2 games.
Damien to throw first. Game on.
Damien Grimes, the ADC qualifier from Ireland. A new name for me. Had an excellent Group A campaign, despite the fact he finished 5th, but I don't think that tells the whole story. He had a wonderful start on Monday, and to see his name top of the table.
100.
I wasn't sure how he was going to bounce back in this Group C because he had a really tough day yesterday in Group A. But he had a wonderful start and a 4-0 victory over the pre-favourite Richard McKe in his opening game. That included a stunning 170, the highlight of the day so far, against Terry Nash, who was my player for the value of Group C. I've been following him on the ADC circuit, and the word champion comes up a lot. He's match sharp.
46.
Can he then take that progression onto that stage, Henry?
I spent a little bit of time last night with Damo, playing at a local competition. And the one thing that struck me was he is somebody that just takes every single imposter exactly the same. Doesn't take things too high, doesn't take things too low. He's one of those, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Of course, he wants to win. Of course, he wants to do well this week. But if it doesn't happen, it's not the end of the world for him. This is an opportunity he thought he was never going to get, and that's the way he's trying to treat it.
50.
Yeah, good trait to have as well.
Has been watching all his games back, though.
Yeah, you know, yeah, it's not for me, that, but there's a lot of, I mean, the majority of players do that. It's almost like, oh, if only I'd done this. Someone once said to me, Henry, don't look in your rear view mirrors, always look forward. And that's what I would sort of say to most people. I guess their argument could be, but I can only go forward if I can look at what my weaknesses are.
Damien, you require 112.
Wasn't many weaknesses in his opening game. We talked about that 170 finish. That's awkward. He may go to treble 18.
Decided to persevere, but not with any success. And so
44. Terry
looking at a ton to win leg 1. Tops again. That would have been the third consecutive leg he would have won that way.
Damien, you require 68.
But these are the types of finishes, the ones I love, when you can tell the players are able to kill off legs. Not the ideal start, but still has the opportunity for double 12. I like that. As long as it's not too long, just gather his thoughts, getting the breathing together. He's looking around. Strength or weakness?
56.
Well, pulled that 40. Dramatically inside. And so Nash looking at tops. Loves this target.
Game.
And finds it once again.
Nash.
Damien comes from Louth in County Louth in the Republic of Ireland. It's in the northeast quarter of the country, in the province of Leinster. Very, very small village with a population of just 735, according to the last Irish census. It's approximately 11 kilometres southwest of Dundalk, near County Monaghan, and the village gave its name to Louth, which is in a barony and civil parish of the same name. It's named after a god of ancient Ireland, who may once have been the site of a shrine dedicated to gods, or to the gods.
96.
Historically, the place name was spelt in various different ways, but have now stayed with Louth.
100.
I've gone from the cultural difference of Scandinavia to a geographical exercise in the Republic of Ireland. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, does it?
180.
That's what I want to talk about, the maximums.
Oh, talk about it then.
Shut your mouth.
Damien, you require 144.
Now, has Damo got a ripper? No, he hasn't. But he's going to leave himself in a handy position here to break back.
128.
Yeah, what an outstanding setup play from Damien Grimes. And it is on the throw of Terry Nash. May go bullseye with the last one. Sensible play.
Damien, you require 16.
Beautiful setup play for Grimes. This for a 13 darter.
Game shot on the second
Superb.
leg. Damien
Back
Grimes.
on terms at 1 apiece.
Yeah, interesting that term ripper, of course.
Third leg, it's Damien to throw first. Game on.
Talking about Damon Hetter, I think is I call him the workhorse now. You know, when you look at preparation for players, look at Damon Hetter. I mean, he's not in the form of his life right now, but he's doing everything he can to strive to get right to the top. Not only, I'm doing a lot of work on sort of nutrition, I'm doing a bit of work on preparation, psychology of the game, mindset. Do you know, he ticks every box. He's rinsing everything out of his body and mind to get right to the very top.
In football, there's a saying called the pro's pro, and in a darting context, he is exactly that. Does everything right. And if he doesn't do well in a tournament, you don't look at anything he's done and said in terms of preparation or that type of thing. He's not done it right. Usually, it's a case of he's beaten by the better man on the day.
$90.
Yeah, the town of Louth actually dates back to the 6th century.
140.
I stopped going to school in 1985. I don't want to learn anymore. My geography teacher hated me, and you're sending me back there.
Why did he hate you?
45. Terry require 124.
Good question. This for a 2-1 lead. Time on his side. Not so sure about that, Terry.
Game.
Good decision, Terence.
Terry Nash.
Somebody's been reading the Jose de Souza playbook.
Fourth leg is Terry to throw first.
And
Game on.
Terry Nash got his teeth stuck into this contest now.
That's an interesting photo on the side of his shirt as well.
That is the boss baby.
$180.
There's the boss baby. The boss starts from Damien Grimes, and like you alluded to earlier, he's learning on the job this week. You know, whatever happens, he's going to look back, and he is showing resilience, showing real style and skill. And he knows where's that treble 80, that mesmeric
95.
drawbridge action that he has.
Well, he's not going to follow Jasper Scarrett with some golden darts this week.
94.
I mean, that name was just... I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I mean, I know you're only a young man, but the Jasper carrot...
Oh, golden balls for me. Do you never watch that programme?
Oh, I loved it.
Oh.
In fact, I've watched the video where they brought back the contestants, where people stole against them, and then they had that incredible chance to win 80,000, whatever it was, and she stole the money.
Yeah. Well, Grimes looking to steal this leg.
Needs to be careful with the last.
94.
Careful he was. Nash way back.
Yeah, that's one programme I wouldn't mind them bringing back.
60.
I'll tell you why that they don't.
40.
Tops it is. Now chasing tens.
$30. Terry require 146.
This would hurt. Feels like a freebie. So 70 points left. They're just double checking. He had that strange way of going for the 1-2-4, so it just took a moment.
Damien, you require 10.
And this can be a sticky wicket content. Nice and aggressive dart. Damien Grimes, 2-2. Golden balls ended when a contestant went on and went, I'm stealing the money.
Fifth leg is Damien,
but I'll give you half
first.
when it finishes.
Game on.
And that was the end of the... Because people were just going on and saying, I'm stealing. So I'm taking the money, but I'll promise I'll give you half the money after the show. There you go. Never mind Louth in the 6th century in the capital of Republic. Golden balls trivia. I'm your man.
To be replaced by the Chase, which has become the biggest game show entity in the world.
didn't win the NTA last night for Game Shot.
No.
67.
I forgot. That's worrying. Don't ever get to your 50s.
100.
I see Gary Lineker dethroned Anton Deck last night.
But I don't think they were there.
Weren't they?
Did they know?
47.
Yeah, the person who won an NTA award is currently unemployed for Best Presenter.
100.
Nash looking good on throw here. Even a maximum here, you would still make Nash favourite for this leg. So we've said it a few times today, that on throw, the players are delivering.
60. Terry O'Quire, 161.
Plenty of time on the cipher. You can just see him there, that sharp intake of breath, the release of the breath. His pre-throw routine was spot on.
126.
Well, fancy that. Unable to find the ball, but in a very good position still to get the break.
58. Terry O'Quire, 35.
Well, this for 3-2. And for another 14 data.
Game shot
Second
on the
of the
fifth
day.
leg. Terry Nash.
I'll give you a little bit of information about the Modus Super Series. I'll get an email and we'll talk about
Sixth
fillers.
leg is Terry to throw first. Game
And I had
on.
a moment as a commentator where I had to stand and go, OMG, whatever that means. It's baby boy.
85.
I've got a horrible feeling our social media team are just going to get me to go, OMG, it's boss baby. That's not going to happen, is it? Tell me, Henry.
Consider it done. You already said it. They can clip that up.
99.
Just by the way, if you want the answer to, I've just had a text through. It was the 1% Club that won Best Game Show.
97.
Yeah, did know that. Lee Mack?
Yes. Very good comedian he is. Taken from Sean Locke, hasn't he, on Cat's Countdown?
125.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go down to the treble 19 after that second dart there. Remember, Nash is on throw to see out this game. He's done the hard work of breaking Grimes in that fifth leg. But not punished.
45.
If my only criticism for Nash right now is the best dart he's thrown is when he's given himself a moment and almost sucked in the air and just released that bit of
100.
tension in there. So maybe just a little bit of composure for Terry Nash. But I guess the thought of 2 wins out of 2 is exciting him right now. Just needs to be more measured and see out this match.
100.
Like using counterfeit Sit It Bang, it's been difficult to get rid of the grime in this particular contest.
132.
Nothing grimy about that
Damien
setup play.
O'Quire,
That's exactly what Terry
132.
Nash needed to do. We've seen the big fish. Will it be the champagne 132? Because the treble 19 says yes for another spectacular finish.
107.
But he was unable
Terry
to
O'Quire,
pop that
40.
cork. But is Terry Nash going to make it 2 wins out of 2? Tops has been reliable for him.
Game,
Tops
shot,
has been
and the
dependable
match,
for
Terry
him.
Nash.
And Tops wins him that contest by 4 legs to 2. For Damien Grimes, he's still in around the mix, but that would have put him in a very good position. Had a very good performance. The 1-2-4 felt like a turning point in that game as Terry Nash beats Damien Grimes by 4 legs to 2. Next up, Jim McKeown takes on Jan Angstrom. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 6 games on this Thursday afternoon, and before the break, Terry Nash got the better of Damien Grimes by 4 legs to 2. That puts him on maximum points alongside the former champion, Jim McKeown, who's also got 4 to his name at this midway stage of the session. We can have a look at that now for you. Nash and McKeown on 4, Grimes and Hands on 2, and a fairly uniform table alongside Angstrom and McKe. For Johan, he's looking to get his first win up against Jim McKeown, who can perhaps, Glenn, smell an opportunity here.
Yeah, 4th time they've met this week. 2-1 for Jim McKeown. 2 wins out of 2, so he's got to go into this game as a favourite. And Johan Angstrom at times hasn't played badly today, just not getting the results. Terry Nash had those 280 finishes against him, those 2 tops with that glaring look from Johan.
First leg is Jim to throw first. Game
in that second
on.
game, it was a missed opportunity against Dan Hands. You saw the relief from Dan to get over the line. And we said we feared for the loser of that game. And it's almost like he's got to be immaculate from now, Johan Angstrom. And the last person then you want to get on the hockey to play number 1 against a player who's won 2 wins out of 2. But also that steely character of Jim McKeown. So difficult moments for Johan Angstrom.
Yeah, things could get rather smelly for the Swede here in this particular situation. But Jim McKeown knows there's an opportunity in front of him, and he'll try and put his best foot forward as a result of it. Now, we're into game 7 of the day, Glenn, which means
55.
The moment we've all been waiting for. You've been waiting 3 days for this. Yes, it is the return of the Tungsten Teaser.
Yeah.
81.
Today's Tungsten Teaser reflects on the last couple of days of Pro Tour action in Hildesheim. Now, following those 2 days worth of action, 10 players have played on the PDC Pro Tour in 2025 and
58.
not won a game this season. Some have played the solitary game, some have played more. Can you name those 10 players who haven't won a game this season? And I'll give you a favour.
60.
None of them are tour card holders. They've all come in as alternates.
That's actually a great question. That is really one for the darting geeks. I would love to hear people's responses on social media. But I'll get my thinking cap on.
57.
I think it's my favourite Tungsten Teaser I've ever done.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a good question, that one.
Do tweet us at MSS Darts with your answers to that particular Tungsten Teaser.
I have to say I did a little bit of work on the challenge tour. You know, just players. I got quite friendly with Joe Hunt from does a lot of work with Keegan Brown, a lot of practice sessions, and it's great to see him play and win on the Pro Tours this week. In fact, I had the luxury of telling him he got a place at Hildesheim this week because they were struggling to get hold of him, but
101.
At times, Angstrom is doing everything right, isn't he? But it'd be very, very typical of Jim McKeown to take this out, and it's on. Is it going to be double 5 or bullseye? Well, there's your answer. That sums up Angstrom's day.
Jim McKeown.
That is Tub Plus checkout number 3 of the day for Jim McKeown, and that bolts the door shut for the Sweet Ferret.
Game on.
Who has to be said today, Glenn, so far has been playing rather sporadically. There's been some decent stuff in there, but it's
59.
been concocted with a mix of mediocre stuff.
Yeah, I think you could say that for the majority of the players. I mean, we did sort of say it could be that type of group, but it's purely about qualification. This man has been on that stage
81.
so many times. 13 times he's appeared. He's 9 finals he's reached. He's been a Champions Week winner as well, a Series 5 winner. He knows how to win on a Saturday night. If you asked him right now that you're playing sporadically, a little bit of mediocrity, 3-ton finishers, he'll just say to you, Henry, it's just about the qualification. And a win over the Swede here. And Angstrom is already dipping his toe for qualification because that would be 3 wins out of 3.
96.
It's a session for the purists, this one.
Well, I must be a purist.
177.
Good 177 call. So much better than Owen Binks.
You can tell him that he's refereeing tonight.
140.
There he is, Anton Mays.
Well done, young man.
Anything to get Owen Binks out of our ear for a couple of minutes. Ironically, the fact he's refereeing actually means Owen's in our ear.
98.
Go on the news.
How are they getting on this season? Do you know?
No idea, but if you want to talk Middlesbrough, I'm all ears.
Yeah, I'm sure you would after the league campaign you've had so far. Top of the championship.
140.
It's an interesting 184. I think we've seen that before today. So 14 bed for the bullseye. And that could be just a happy accident for Jim McKe, the fact it didn't go in the treble 20. We saw that as a strategy earlier for Terry Nash. But it does lose the 2-darter instead. This time, but is more of his favoured double of tops for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's a typically Jim McEwen leg. And for Johan Angstrom, he's just beginning to boil up a little bit on the back of the stage. He's really investing himself emotionally into things.
Yeah, I can understand it. We all can understand it. It's just, yeah, you can see him in the background there. That's what this beautiful... And I was about to say to you, look at the reaction when he sees them darts.
180.
Jim McEwen is beginning to put his foot on the throttle.
140.
He is just beginning to make his move. Averaging 98.5 here is Chucky.
I was going to say he's making hay while the sun shines, but it's been pouring down in Portsmouth all morning. Shocking journey I had last night, by the way. Rain, rain, go away.
Is it like that 90s song? Is it everywhere you go, always take the weather with you? Have you taken the northeast rain down here?
That's a beautiful song.
Oh, it is. That's on me. That's on my playlist in the car. Just recently updated
125.
What, the car? BMW?
No, the playlist.
Oh, the playlist. I was going to say for a second, I thought you'd spend some money then.
I've only had my new car for a month.
60.
That was a joke.
151.
151 for McEwen. Well, this would be another sucker punch for the Swede, but the 151 isn't going to go.
And I think that facial expression there from Jim McEwen,
79.
I think he fancied that.
Well, he's in that kind of mood where everything is under severe threat.
Yeah, he's in the mood, but again, Angstrom is producing some good stuff. And himself is averaging over 90 in this game.
81.
But just seems to, no matter what he does, his opponents are finding ways to win. And this is so typical of Jim McEwen. Expect him to start in the 16s. He gets the treble for double 12. This is what he does best.
Game shot on the third leg.
15 darter, 3-0. And Johan Angstrom almost has a look of resignation, a thumbs up.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Reciprocated the good darts of his opponents being hit against him. He's played good, but it hasn't been good enough because of the excellence of his opponent.
Yeah, he's steaming inside. And it's a dark place sometimes when the adrenaline goes in, then it's just a little bit of frustration. They were thrown with real aggression.
Well, really good contest. Best contest
59
of the day so far.
I'm often asked the question, Henry, as we look at those averages there. But before I do, I suppose it's been a stinker of a day so far for Johan Angstrom. But when the averages come on the screen, do the players see that? Because you sort of looked at Johan there and he sort of nodded his head, knowing that he's playing well but losing. But here at the Modus Super Series, you don't see the averages on the screen. Whereas Jim McKeown hits another 180 at the PDC events, the professional events, you do see those averages.
Because you basically, the screens for the fans have effectively what the TV feed has on.
140.
But this is some response from Johan Angstrom.
Look at his average. He is averaging over a ton and getting walloped by 3-0. But what I would say, Jim McKeown was 3-1 down in his second game today, found a way to win. This frustration that Johan Angstrom is demonstrating right now.
56.
Can he maintain it? And just take one leg at a time because he's at tops to get back in this game. He's on the board.
On the fourth leg, Johan Angstrom.
He's on the board with a beautiful, sublime 11 data.
And a reciprocation from his opponent who put his thumbs up to
game on.
Jim's superb darts just a leg before. But crucially, Chucky has the darts here to get the job done and to seal a 4-1 victory.
96.
And to be unbeaten at the top of the table, a bit like your beloved Middlesbrough. Hey, when we play each other next month, it could be a top of the table promotion clash the way we started the season. Win the derby Sunday. And who knows, it could be a top of the table clash at Fratton between us and you.
57.
Yeah, there's a lot of passion as well from the Pompey fans in the accommodation I used to stay on. I could hear when they'd scored a goal. I mean, you know, it's very reminiscent of being at home as well. It does feel like it's a club here in Pompey which, you know, the locals get really into. So it's great when your local team's doing well.
59.
I would love one day to be down here and it is Pompey versus Middlesbrough because it'd be some atmosphere, that's for sure.
You're not here on October the 4th then?
I'm here for Halloween. I think they're using my dashingly good looks for Halloween again. They're going to dress me up, aren't they?
140.
Say it, Henry, say it. If you get sacked, you've got plenty of money.
I was going to say, the makeup department wouldn't need too much work, Glenn, would they? That's why I'm not available that night.
No wonder I'm not speaking to you these days.
117.
Good game, this one. That is the commentator's curse. Apologies, Johan.
Well, Jim McKeown's got to be careful here because all of a sudden he's getting sucked into a contest. Angstrom's just beginning to up it. McKeown's just finding himself a visit behind where he usually would be in legs.
100.
He's himself on 72.
112.
Should get a dart and a double if Angstrom doesn't find the 112. Can he find a way over the top? Yes, he can. Double 16. Superb from the Swede. A must-take opportunity has been found. Back to 3-2, and he stops Chucky from having a match dart.
Well, I'll tell you what, Henry, we had Angstrom cam, didn't we, where we've seen everything, the shake of the head in the hands. Now we're back on throat, and we just caught, just at the back end there. This time it was Jim McKeown had his head in his hands.
60.
Why have you got that stupid grin on your face, Henry?
I'm in a mischievous mood today. I've had too much coffee.
134.
The kettle's been boiling all day.
Yes, you learned something today. I mean, I learned about 6th century Laos.
140.
I learned about the cultural information about Scandinavians. But yourself, you learned something today. That you need to put water in a kettle for it to boil. Our kettle has been broken. And the man who brought the
84.
coffee in has done that. That'll teach him to mock my wooden spoons.
Ironically, your wooden spoon wouldn't have been needed because there was no water.
96.
Well, Angstrom is going to the well here, that's for sure, because he was getting walloped royally. 3 legs to 0. The head shaking was there. But he's bouncing back nicely here.
76.
He could have the real momentum. Remember, the last couple of games have gone the distance here. At 3-0 down, Mchuan was looking good. We were talking about the fact that Mchuan was looking good for 3 wins out of 3. But who would bet against the Swede right now?
135.
Because he is flying.
70 left. Well, you say Angel's gone to the world. What a penny for McEwen's thoughts at this present moment in time.
That dart tells you it.
Tell you what, though, second trouble here changes the complexion of things.
100.
Unable to find it.
Yeah,
And from 3-0 down, Angstrom should get a dart to level up.
Exactly that. He'll get at least a dart. He'll start his trusted 10s. Must stay straight. And the way he's playing right now, you'd expect this to go.
Game
And it does
shot
go
on the
3-3. What a match.
Mchuan Angstrom.
All the way from the
7th and
brink.
deciding leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Game of the day so far, Henry. From the 3-0, the story and also the statistics as well that are shown on your screen there. Angstrom is averaging
51.
over a ton. And from 3-0 down, McEwen is on the ropes right now. He is struggling. And wait till McEwen turns round this time.
And
Watch McEwen's face, Henry. Because he will not what he likes. He's going to hear right now.
And the difference is McEwen hasn't put his foot on the throttle. He's averaged around that all game long. It's Johan has found a good 10, 15 points on his average. And that's been the key difference.
But never write off this man.
100.
We nearly did in his previous game when he was 3-1 down to Richard McKe, but we did highlight what his strengths are. Boy, does he need him again, because Angstrom is delivering the type of darts where this is weekly win darts.
96.
11, 15 and 15 is quality stuff. The whole match has been full of quality.
Chop off the first leg. That's world class.
But you take an 18 dart hole to throw in the opener.
41.
He wobbles. A ton ahead plus these. Needs a treble at the back of his mind. He can't stay on the 20s on 225. So he just needs to be careful here. How good is that a lie, that first dart? Can he use it?
46.
That's where the games can change so much, and that's where McEwen, who's down and out right now, can find something.
And Angel on the back of the stage knows that he did present a chance, but McEwen unable to respond to the
42.
handwritten invitation. So 6 from 179 for Johan Angstrom to get his first win on the day, to get himself on the board in the group and to inflict a first defeat upon Chucky.
28.
Wowzers. From 11 darts, from 3-0 down to be totally in control of scores of 46 and 28. Now the mind of Johan Angstrom must be a mush, because Jim McEwen is down to a finish.
100.
He should be down and out.
151.
Whereas the Sweet Ferret got something sweet to finish. Has he got a 151 in the locker? No, he hasn't. McEwen shouldn't even be in this position, but has a chance to win the match.
Yeah, just needs a little moment together there. 88 points left, so the treble 21st dart marker.
83.
68 points. Will he be back? But it's not a gimme. This is not
Jimmy
over.
O'Connor, 167.
the swings and roundabouts of that stage. Can we see something special?
Well, this is how crazy this game is. Jim McKeown was in control of it at 3-0 up.
42.
Let that
You only
slip
require
to go 3-all. Angstrom's controlled this last leg and now has an opportunity to win it here. 68 required for the match.
Could be a happy accident because he has a match start, a double top.
Game,
what a comeback.
And the match.
What a match.
Johan
He was
Angstrom.
down and out, was Johan Angstrom. And the unbeaten record for Jim McKeown has gone. Won his first 2 games, was cruising in that match to lead 3-0. But Angstrom found something. And look at those numbers. He was peppering that ton average throughout. Excellent on the doubles. What a performance. The only unbeaten player left is Terry Nash. He's up next against Richard McKe.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKeown.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and if you're with us before the break, you will have witnessed with us an incredible comeback from Johan Angstrom. That really has put the skids on the performances of Jim McKeown so far, because he was cruising to win his opening 3 games, and automatic qualification will have been on the mind for Jim McKeown. But a stark reminder for Jim that the Modus Super Series is often a little bit more complicated than that.
Game on.
And some staggeringly good darts from Johan Angstrom, who was averaging over 100 He must have been averaging close to 110 for the 3 mid-legs that he had there against Jim McKe and Henry, but a brilliant performance. And for Terry Nash, the man in your picture, now the only unbeaten player of the day so far.
Well, he has an opportunity, doesn't he? He has an opportunity to begin to sail away with the group, an opportunity to put everything in his hands.
60.
In fact, this group is like a
55.
version of head, shoulders, knees and toes, but in reverse, because you've got Nash and you've got hands in this particular group.
54. $100. $46.
I'm ready for your tungsten teaser whenever you are.
Oh, I think we'll give it another couple of games. We'll let our friends at home come up with some answers.
140.
And if you do want to tweet us, there are at MSS Darts, and if you do get it correct, we will give you a shout out on air.
140.
Now,
Terry
before a dart was
149.
thrown in this contest, McKe will have been a huge favourite, but Terry Nash was a player that is making some
109.
real strides in the game, Terry.
141.
And this is a big ask for him. And McKe, how many times has he left 141 today?
But the reason he's leaving 141 is
41.
indicative
Terry
of
O'Quire,
occasions
40.
where there's just the odd slip here or there. Because if you're constantly hitting straight targets, you're going to leave yourself 161s, 121s,
20.
81s. So the 141 is telling us that
100.
somewhere along the line, it's just having the odd slip here and there.
It's a slip from Terry Nash, who's been wonderful at tops. I thought that might have been a possibility there for McKe.
60. Terry acquired 20.
So the success of double top, but it's double 10 needed for Nash this time. And just seemed composing himself. It's been a scrappy opener.
Game shot in the first leg.
But 13
Terry
darters,
Nash.
14 darters, 19 darters, count all the same. It's a break for Terry Nash and a 1-0 lead.
Second leg is Terry to throw first. Game on.
So it'll be a rarefied feeling for
100.
Richard McKe here, because usually when he's here, things go swimmingly. But it's he who is swimming against the tungsten tide right now.
140.
Yeah, it's great. We saw him burst onto that stage, but when things aren't going your way, you can almost
85.
find out a little bit more about him as well. He's got a look-alike of someone who's been on that stage, and I can't quite work out who it is. He's not a dart player. I think he works for us.
100.
You're in a hurry for that answer.
Always in a hurry. Is this a Modus saying in a hurry?
No, it's the bloke's last name that you're thinking of.
140. Richard, you require
McKe looking at
161
161 to level up at 1 apiece.
This is wonderful.
128. Terry requires 76.
So 76 for Nash to double up his advantage. Well, we haven't seen that at all from him today, that little slip. And it could be a costly one. Or is it?
66. Richard, you require 33.
Yes, he was pinging them around the boards there. It's double 16.
One. Terry requires
Not his day, is it?
10.
And Terry Nash looking to punish.
Game shot
Well, he
on the
likes
second
double two.
leg.
He hit it off the back of a
Terry
1-2-4
Nash.
checkout his previous game. Finds it there to go 2 up. And So far, so good for
Third
Terry
leg,
Nash.
it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
And you get the feeling when you're winning those scrappy legs that maybe today's my day. And fair play to McKe, he's not sulking, he's not throwing his arms
92.
about because things, doubles he would normally get are suddenly not going in. And for Nash, he's thinking, well, I'm not playing great here. And I'm 2-0 up. Like I say, scoring power seems to be there. But he ain't playing the type of numbers that I was thinking Terry Nash might get on that stage this week.
The way he goes about his business feels very old school, as McKe piles in a 180 there. In terms of, yes, he wants to play well, but I think he'll almost get more satisfaction out of the fact he's not playing great, but picking up points. It's a little bit like the old Manchester United adage, isn't it? Yeah, you can blow teams away, but there's nothing better than a scrappy 1-0 when you probably didn't deserve to win.
59.
That's a great response here from McKe.
58.
And it's his to lose from here.
Richard, you require 170.
Well, we saw the 170 already today. Nearly reeled in another.
92. Richard, you require 78.
So this to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. 2-12s it is.
72.
When it's not
Terry,
your
you
day,
require 153.
them things seem to happen. This would hurt so much. And we talked about
59.
3-3 earlier.
Richard, you require 6.
It's got the option of going for 2-2, but when your confidence levels are
Game
low, you
shot on
go
the third
direct.
leg. Richard
And maybe
McKe.
something as simple as a 3-3 can get Richie up and running.
Trapdoor opens for Richard McKe, but in a
Fourth
good
leg is
way.
Terry to throw first. Game on.
Stop stealing other commentators' lines. Come up with your own. Think of something that belongs to Henry Deacon.
42.
Blue paper licked is my favourite. Richard Warlands is another one I particularly enjoy.
100.
What about Cameron Quaptwe?
$100.
You've got that stupid grin on your face again as
98.
I'm just a very happy individual. Happy to see you.
it's the first time you spoke to me in 6 weeks.
99.
Yeah, that's because it's purely business only.
That's how I like it.
Professionalism.
That looks awkward, doesn't it? How he's found his way through that with that bulbous dart that we talked about. We've mentioned that McKe dart. It just looks like an old school dart, but he found a way
60.
to find that treble 19. It has sort of almost been the comeback so far on the back of that incredible Angstrom. We saw it earlier with
82.
Jim Mchuan. McKe was 2-0 down in this one, but he looks the better player right now.
55.
Few
Richard,
darts
you
just
require
diverting left for Terry Nash at
126.
this present moment in time. McKe 1-2-6, the square up at 2-2. Single leads the ball, treble leads double 6. Double 6 it is. And that kisses the wire but goes
Terry,
the
you
wrong
require
side.
145.
I'm looking at the in-play table, which would change if this man doesn't win this game.
85. Richard, you require 12. No score.
From the double
Terry,
12
you
into the
require
double 9, the
60.
double 10 into the double 15. What a sickener. The shoulders sag. Nash is getting away with one here. And
Games
he
on the
once
fourth leg.
again
Terry
takes the
Nash.
opportunity. Somehow, Henry, Nash leads by 3 legs to 1.
Fifth leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
Just a look of pure poise, concentration, and maybe even a little bit of relief because he knows he's got away with one there. Forget Shredsville. We might well be in Nashville today, the way Terry's going about his
45.
business. From Nashville to North End.
Speaking of North End, it's Preston tomorrow for Middlesbrough, if you're interested.
28.
You playing the Friday game?
Saturday. Do you think we had the best transfer window of the Championship?
I've got to say, I really like what you're doing at the minute. I mean, I'll be honest, prior to the ball being kicked, I had you around the playoff mix. I mean, I'll be honest, I think I was like a lot of people and probably really fancied Ipswich's chances of going up. But yeah, I think you'll be definitely in and around. I think Coventry look really good. I think Frank's got them playing. Birmingham, you probably feel will be there or thereabouts. But I'll tell you who could be a dark horse this season. Don't discredit Millwall.
Speaking of good calls.
180.
He went all Andrew Gilding on us there, didn't he?
Well, that was a thumbs up from him.
96.
Maybe the fact it's his first one of the day. Top of the table. Just a reminder, 180, 140 for Nash. He could have daylight ahead of him if he wins this game. I mean, McKe is finding his scoring boots all of a sudden. Treble 19 will be the shot.
99.
Nash has darts
for
the match.
For a 4-1 victory. Double top.
74.
Not to be. So McKe should get a dart to keep this going.
78.
Big 20 to stay in this match.
58.
Terry Nash at times has rode a little bit of luck. The scoring power in the middle of this leg has set up that opportunity. 3 wins out with 3. Terry Nash is looking excellent, and he's just got that little bit of luck on his side as well, because at times Richard McKe looked the better player in that game. He will be a frustrated player right now. 81 average was enough for Terry Nash. The most important stat for him is 3 wins out with 3 as we move on to Johan Angstrom against Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and it's 3 wins out of 3 for Terry Nash. He rode his luck in that previous game, but a 4-1 victory over Richard McKe, who's having a day to forget. He is aiming for doubles and going underneath. Everything that could go wrong for Richard McKe has gone wrong, and the pre-tournament Group C favourite is really struggling right now. Looking forward to this game. Dan Hans, who lost his opening game, bounced back in his second game. You could see the delight. And for me, the type of player that could kick on with a little bit of confidence against the player who has continued to impress this week in Damien Grimes.
First game on.
Really difficult to separate these two based on what I've seen this week and what I've seen of them as players. I think they like the rhythm of each other's throw here. By far the quickest thrower of the day is Dan Hans. I think Grimes might enjoy this contest. This could be a real good game.
It feels like one of those quintessential meetings between a power scorer and a very good finisher. And it's which one of those two imposters is going to meet in the middle the best.
Yeah, and the carrot's dangling in a sense that they'll move on to 4 points, and that's two wins out of 3. And that's, labelled as a really good start. So it might seem when you're looking at both players, there's not an awful lot in the game, but that's where we have the beauty in here of looking at that in-play table. And you can just sort of see the importance of a victory here for one of these two.
Well, it's the difference between having a nice end to the day in terms of not panicking and then
97.
A defeat here for whoever loses this, they will be finding their backs firmly against the wall.
40.
There's 2 types of players. There's an aimer, which that man in your picture is an aimer. You can see the process of holding his hand, going back, the drawbridge of the throat. That is the classic aimer
40.
Against Dan Hans, who's all about rhythm. And the reason I sort of mentioned that is that Dan hasn't played a game for a few matches now. So he's probably been away from that hockey for 40, 45 minutes. And early in this match, he started particularly slowly. That 140 will benefit Dan Hans there. But I think he's the type of player where regular games, he looks a really
60.
fit lad.
Daniel require
so something like a challenge to it. No surprise to see him reaching a final of that. So he looks a double 16, rapid, quick.
87.
Will he be back?
Daniel require 148.
Yes, he is the answer, as Damon cannot find the 148. But this has been where problems in the past have resided for Dan Hans, but no such issue there as he pins the double 16 first time of asking.
Second leg
shake
is
of the head
Damien
there.
throw first. Game on.
Not really. I'm obsessed with body language of players now, and he's a strange one for you. If he'd have lost that second game, I say he misses that double 16.
140.
I think he's one of those confidence players when things are going for him. He makes it look easy, but Grimes, good start to both.
140.
Well, it's the same as any sport. You look at football, and you talk about strikers, and someone that's in form, you give them a chance 6 yards out, they're going to take it. But someone that's maybe not scored for 3 or 4 games, you don't trust them with that opportunity in front of goal.
140.
Well, a pair of them are exchanging a couple of treble visits at the moment. I felt that this would be a good game. I felt like they'll enjoy the contest of the pair of them. First time they've met this week, of course, as Dan Hans has joined the contest today. It's good to see him back. It really is. Stunning. I like that play. I had no problem with that dart after that beautiful first dart.
Treble for the bull. Bull it is.
93.
Underneath it goes.
Damien, you require
Pull that
14.
last dart did Dan, and Grimes is back for a level game. Can he just find a way off the barrel? That's exactly what he's done there. 14 darter with 14 points, and level we are at 1-1.
And getting into the mindset for Grimes at that point there.
Game on.
You think he'd done it to 7 with that second dart, so A beautiful dart. And after 2 legs, you feel like it should be a 1-1 game right now.
Yeah, well, this game is just some news from elsewhere. The final round of European Tour qualifiers for the year have been completed, and the players that will be heading to ET14 are Karol Sedlacek, Joe Cullen, Tom Bizzle, Christian Kist, Wesley Plaisir, who came second in a best-looking contest once upon a time. Radek Sagansky, Steve Lennon, Callan Rids has qualified for another Euro Tour. Justin Hood, we saw him here last year. And Willie O'Connor has qualified again for a Euro Tour. 2 in the day for him.
Yeah, is he the only one to do the double?
Callan Rids did as well.
I don't know. I don't know him. I know Callan Rids, a capital R. I mean, you shouldn't be insulting people like Wesley Plaisir with a platform that you have and your millions of followers. That was a little harsh, that.
Do like Wesley. And do you know what? He's an absolute gentle giant of a guy. Absolute gentle giant of a guy.
Yeah, you shouldn't have mocked him then.
$100.
He will feel it's 6 darts and 180. Don't bust it.
135. Damien, you require 164.
What was he thinking?
Well, there's Perilous, and then there's that. Another one of them.
$138. Dan, you require 45.
For a 2-1 lead, he's a lucky boy.
29. Damien, you require 26.
Those perils of the doubles come back to hurt him once more. Maybe it was a miscount with the treble 20 with the last dart of Grimes. He don't care. Because bang, double 13. Henry, he continues to impress.
Fourth leg.
He's one of those players, we said it earlier, he just does things with efficiency, doesn't he? He's not somebody that's going to be someone that's on the eye that looks wow, 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 amazing, amazing, amazing. He's somebody that delivers consistently and just does everything with real proficiency. He's like a German car, isn't
100.
he? You just know you're going to get results and you know you're going to get efficiency from him. But like a Mercedes, he's looking to get the turbo going.
45.
Well, I've been looking at his ADC record, Damien Grimes, since the 2nd of July. 4 events.
98.
And each time it says result champion. Result champion. And that second one there with 102.40 first 9. He's a big scorer. Champion again. First 9, 97. So everything going into this one was telling me that man is a big scorer. And maybe that's the reason why.
95.
6 and 2 on 9 to move 2 clear. And that first dart is set perfectly.
Yeah, we put the heavy emphasis on the fact that Hans has maybe Achilles' heel has been his doubles. But maybe that's also the case of Grimes. So it looks like he's got the real scoring power. And he really is demonstrating it right now. He's finding the trebles comfortably. You look at treble 20, 76 points left. No reaction like that.
40. Dan, you require 148.
Another double 14. And that is what the enigmatic man can do. Hand it to you, Dan Hands.
Fifth leg is Dan to throw first. Game on.
And how a match can turn on the flip of a coin.
180.
Grimes was looking in a wonderful position for a 3-1 lead. Hans picks out a 148, opens up with a 180, all in the space of 60 seconds.
100.
Oh, how the flame can suddenly a flicker. But only a glimmer.
100.
With that particular turn. But in full control of this leg. A leg which could turn the sands of this particular contest and move Dan Hands closer to the shore.
96.
I've seen the rotor over the next couple of weeks. You're going to be a busy boy in that chair. Excited for another
60.
wonderful series of darts here in Portsmouth?
This should be the best series of the year. Now, the last series should always be the best series of the year because this is the point where players should be looking to peak in the season because this is where
59.
the big
Daniel
things
Clark,
are in play.
161.
Ali Pali for a lot of the international-based players, the Lakeside for a lot of players, the ADC Global for a lot of
66.
players. Tour cards are on offer, other things on offer, Tour Championships, World Masters, you name it. It's in this portion of the season you're playing for it. And so, as a consequence, you'd expect players to hit their straps about now.
95.
Yeah, there's one competition you missed off there as well. Q School. I'm sure a lot of these players are thinking that as Dan Hans looks at 76 points. Just took a moment there. He did drift into the 5 when he wanted 76 earlier. Just saw the 148, which really hurt Damien Grimes.
$63. Dan, you require 40.
Tops a 3-2. And to put himself one away, he has really put his foot on the throttle, but has he just taken it off the lever at the worst possible time?
How can you hit a 148? You're telling yourself then when you get 3 clear darts at a double. Is he going to be punished? Because that's a stunning opener. This is a big dart. And he's up for the challenge because, boy, that is plumb.
And Dan Hans couldn't trudge back to the table quick enough because he knows he should be in charge of this contest. But he has handed the initiative to Damien Grimes, who has the darts to see this off.
And what they can't see is this in-play table, which I'm talking about. And the winner goes into a qualifying position into second place. And for motivational reasons, when you're going back to that players area, and you can see yourself setting second. And that's why I think there's a heavy emphasis on this game.
Dan's head just dropped a little as he retrieved those darts. I wonder whether Damien spotted that and could maybe see that as a bit of a weakness that could be exploited.
Yeah, good spot, Henry.
60.
And now those insecurities, that possibly is the area where Dan can get a better player. That resilience we've talked about the likes of Jim McKeown. And as opponent, 60. You do pick up on that.
$100.
6 darts from 2-3-1. For Damien Grimes to complete a 4-2 victory.
Great switch to the 18s, but look at the reaction.
128.
It's almost like, I can't believe he's hit the treble 18. Well, it's what he's aiming for. It's what he's going for.
43.
And these are dark moments now with Dan Hans. For me, there only looks like to be one winner. Solid without being spectacular has been Damien Grimes. He's averaged over 90 throughout this game. Maybe a treble 10 here.
67.
And just does everything right. Leaves himself 36. And Dan Hans left in the lurch.
70.
I think in Dan Hans as a player there.
36.
But the last couple of minutes of this game will demonstrate what he needs to do to be a better player. But for Grimes, he has been solid. That is a really, really good performance from Damien Grimes. 2 wins out of 3. He's sat in a beautiful position right now, and he deservedly won this game. It flipped, it flopped, it went from one player to the next, but 4 out of 7 on the outer ring for Grimes was the deciding factor. We move on to the next game. It's Johan Angstrom against Richard McKe.
$54. Charlie McKe, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McKe, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair At least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie, you
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back. So, this is what we've seen so far, and this is what we've got to come. Damien Grimes got the better of Dan Hand by 4 legs to 2 before the break, but it's so far so good for Terry Nash, having won 3 out of 3 so far on this Thursday afternoon. So this is how the table looks as we enter round 4 of the day, and as you can see, it is Terry Nash who is top of the pile, from Damien Grimes and Jim McKeown, both on 4 points. Dan Hand and Johan Angstrom on 2. And perhaps the big surprise is that Richard McKe is the only player yet to pick up a win so far. He has an opportunity to do that for the first time here as he takes on Johan Angstrom, game 10 of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for Richard, he's already in this perilous position. Loses this one, then because of the fact that Grimes and McKeown go head-to-head in this round of fixtures, he would be guaranteed to be 6 points off the pace going into the final round of the day.
Yeah, 13-8 joint favourite going into it as well. But we did sort of use that term, sort of being the accountability, the expectation, when you all of a sudden he came here as a rank outsider.
First leg
An
is
incredible
Johan
week
to throw
for him.
First. Game on.
It's just one of those days. I mean, at times he's played okay. At times he's going for doubles and he's just creeping into the next one. It happens in darts. What he needs to do now is scrap and just get those 2 wins and put it down, and then almost just go through the card tomorrow. He's just got to keep that positivity.
When he gets to 14 points, then it would take a mammoth effort from somebody else to
40.
dislodge him from qualification. It'd be probably a bad legs difference record that would be the reason that wouldn't send him through in the end. 16 points pretty much guarantees your passage through. He can't do that. 14's the maximum he can, which probably 80% of the time gets you through, and the 20% of the time it doesn't is either because two players have gone a bit bonkers or your legs difference has been a little bit iffy. But for Johan, this game has an air of susceptibility about it as well, because if he loses this one, then he'd be guaranteed to be 4 points off the pace going into the final round of the day. And his final match is against one of those players that could potentially find themselves fall clear of him in Damien Grimes.
Yeah, he's on the back of that incredible win over Jim McKeown, as we mentioned. So confidence should be high for Johan right now. It's almost like we're waiting for the best to come from Richard McKe. And as an opponent
53.
for someone like Johan, you'd be thinking, why is he doing it against me? But it's been a very disappointing slow start from the pair of them. Both of them. 12 darts thrown by Angstrom. And when you think, Henry, you went 11, 15, 15, 15. All of a sudden now, just that half an hour away from the board, you just look at a different player.
But it probably typifies exactly what we said about him at times playing in spells this week. Has that terrific run of 4 legs to finish off Jim McKeown. But yet, either side of that, we haven't seen anything tangibly near his best.
I mean, he's been in Group C, he's been in Group B through that weird and strange Group A campaign. Looking forward to Group B. Any player you're looking forward to? I've got to shot the name Keegan Brown in, one of our own commentators now, but of course more known for 60, the pink shirt, the
Richard
professional career, the World
94.
Youth Champion, etc. Looking forward to seeing him play.
It's a rare week where Richie Burnett has not been a headline attraction.
48. Yeah, and you acquire
Tell you what,
156.
You know I rate Jamie Kelling very highly. I'm looking forward to watching him again tonight. As Angstrom looks at 156, another one of them. Double 18. Would have been sweet as a nut.
46.
Would have been typical Angstrom is what I would say. As McKe looks at tops, this would be for a break, a throw.
26. Yeah,
That's been the issue. He has had opportunities, Richard McKe, today. Missed 7 at a double in his game against Damien Grimes. Missed key opportunities in his second game against Jim McKeown. He's missed an opportunity there, and Johan Angstrom punishes him as a consequence.
Second leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
And Richard's probably saying to himself, well, you know, I've been here for the pairs with Neil Duff.
56.
I've won a week here. I've prepared exactly the same. What's going wrong?
There's a difference in the way that Richard McKe is being spoken about. Every other time he's been here, he's been allowed to go under the radar. First time he's here, we knew nothing about him. Got through to the semi-finals, great achievement. Partnered Neil Duff in the pairs. All the talk was about Neil Duff and his record here. Second time he came in, there was a little bit more talk, but if we're going to be honest, and Richard would be the first to admit it, it was a little bit of a surprise when he did win his week. Champions Week, complete outsider. But this time round, for the first time here, there is a weight of expectation on his shoulders. And you can probably categorise this from your playing days. It's okay coming on the stage, bursting onto the scene, but then suddenly when people expect you to perform, it's a different pressure altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I admire longevity in the sport, because when you're at the top, you know, you're the target.
100.
You've got to maintain your standards, and that comes through excellent preparation. I use the word diligent and practicing smart and just keeping at the top of the game. Genuinely, I remember going to the Dutch Open, 5,000 entries.
43.
And I got beaten in the final by Mark McGeaney, and people were coming to me going, oh, never mind. I thought it was a positive thing. So when you're on the top, even you set the standard so high
140
that the expectation is all of a sudden so different. And he hasn't gone under the radar this week. He was favourite with the bookies, and he could be leaving today with 0 points. None of us expected
Richard,
that.
you require 154.
However, he's got to try and pounce on what's been nothing short of a scrappy leg here from Angstrom.
Scrappy match.
Scrappy do.
94.
Well, McKee's going to get time to Level this game up at 1 apiece. He's
95. Richard, you require 60.
going to expect 6 from here, even though Angstrom's on 155.
Game
Makes no
shot on
mistake at the
second
tops.
leg, Richard
And
McKe.
we are back on terms at 1-1.
Third leg is Mchuan to throw first.
Pensive
Game
looking McKe.
on.
Would you like the answer in a few moments' time to the Tuxton teaser for the day?
I think I've got about 3.
60.
Not as good as one of our referees here, George Baker, who's tuning in this afternoon. Hope you're well, George.
60.
Got 9 out of the 10.
Geek.
His knowledge of the game is incredible. Now, who were the 3 that you had?
Adam Gavlas,
Correct.
Scotty Dogwaits.
Correct.
96.
You thought, I did have another one.
77.
Oh, I did have a third, but he's gone out my mind. I'll leave it to you.
So the 10 players that haven't won a game on the Pro Tour this year are Adam Gavlas, Chris Wickenden, Martin Grierson, Scott Waite, Danny Janssen, Jurjen van der Velde,
26.
Gilbert van der Meyen, Colin Osborne, Jules van Dongen and Adam Mould.
Yeah, Jules Van Dongen was the other one I knew.
Mould has the most with 5 defeats
44.
in the opening 5 Players' Championships of the season. And the good news is, Glenn, the Tungsten Teaser will return tonight.
Yeah.
No, 59.
And tomorrow we've got a special game of The Missing Link.
Yeah.
The Tungsten Teaser spin-off.
30.
It's a show that good that it needs a spin-off.
Woohoo!
Well,
he moved across the hockey, didn't he? We talked about the left to the right. But Angstrom is a term I use a lot. He is real feast or famine today. He really is. At times he's looked breathtaking. At times he's looked distinctly average. But he could be in the mix of the victory here.
Oh, he's got ball with the treble target blocked, and he almost got the pull as
89.
well.
He has that really flat dart. So you can understand why he's gone that way. That's nothing out of disrespect or the exhibition shot. It was actual sensible play.
57.
Nothing coming back from
31.
McKe. So for a 2-1 lead on throw.
2 12s. It's 2-1 to Johan Angstrom.
Johan Angstrom.
In a game which has been really
Fourth leg is Richard to throw
lukewarm at
first.
best.
Game on.
One competition I'm looking forward to this year, and I know you'll sit up because it's actually been a competition you have been showcasing for since the end of the last one, and I know that you'll be involved. It's the ADC Globals this year. Looking forward to that, beginning to see the players come through for qualification.
Well, you look at last year's Global
60.
Championship and you look at the players that got through to the finals day. There's only a couple of them that didn't actually go on and get tour cards. Marvin Van Velzen, Darryl Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks, Andy Bolton. They all got
60.
tour cards. But the one player who didn't is the man who went on to win that competition, Devon Peterson.
I'm glad he didn't. I had a week with him on a cruise where we were... It was all darts, but 90. It was the Mind Shift 3.
43.
And 99.9% of the people on there were German. So I was just glad I had Devon because I don't think they were getting my T-sides. I just got to know him a bit more, Henry, is the point I'm trying to make there. One thing I do know,
58.
he loves his darts.
Oh, he's got such an interesting brain.
Yeah.
Like, there's some things that he will say that you wouldn't even ever clock or possibly think about.
38.
Yeah, I think he's like a mad profession. I think he'll come up with something that'll make him a multi-millionaire. I know he's really into his RDSL right now, the International Darts School League. I know that's a big
98.
thing for him. But we've seen him with the shoes that he wears, which is... We've seen him with the darts maths. He'll come up with something that'll, bamboozle us all.
100.
This time next year, Rodney. Actually, the IDSL, the finals that are going to be played here at the Live Lounge at the back end of November.
He's very proud of that.
Yeah, I think the qualifiers is taking place
58.
at a venue within the vicinity of the city, and then the finals are actually going to take place at the Live Lounge.
Come on, he says.
140. Richard, you require 134.
Absolutely work, because once again, he's finding ways to hit that treble 20 bed when it almost looks impossible. And McKe was totally in control of this leg.
120.
You can just see those shoulders going down with every moment. You have to feel for Richard. Now, normally, that looks awkward. Is it the bull, or can he just use that dart? What a dart that is. He'd be delighted to hear that that's 80 points. And this for almost match point.
81.
Wide.
Richard, you require
No
90.
VAR.
Yeah, don't need to draw the lines out for that one. As McKe drifts wide. He's chased the treble and he's paid the
42.
price for it.
Johan, you require 39.
It's just a sickening feeling when you're up there. He just wants this whole experience to be over at the moment. And for Angstrom, back to his beloved double 12. Big dart.
Game.
Big find, big break. Angstrom has the darts in the match.
Big fist pump.
Yeah, going back to that global championship, it's going to be the final event we have here
Game on.
in 2025. A lot of the spaces are still to be decided, but of the qualified players so far, you've got 12 players that will come for regional title belts. Barry Copeland, the first to be confirmed. You'll have the top 4 in the UK Order of Merit, plus the top 4 on the Tour Championship, which are Jack Tweddle, Carl Wilson, Christian Perez, and Robbie Martin. The top 2 in the Irish Tour,
85.
John O'Shea, Niall Cullerton, the top 2 in the WADC, Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter. Super Series champions for the year, so Jensen Walker and Jess Smith are in it. And then in Europe, the winner of the major events, so the Benelux Trophy, Danny Van Tripe had qualified, plus the top players from their particular orders of merit. 56 players in total will qualify through.
140.
Good work, Henry. Sounds a really wonderful competition, and maybe that mixture of players, the international feel, players in form, is the reason why you're looking forward to it so much.
39.
Prior to that, we'll have the men's and women's tour championship finals. Now, the winner of that, if they haven't directly qualified for the global championship, will find themselves in. The first of them is the men's tour championship on October the 18th, where the quarterfinal draw has already been made in seeding order. Jack Tweddle, Sean Fox, Robbie Martin, Chaz Barstow, Christian Perez, Kurt Parry, and Carl Wilson against Graham Hall, who celebrated his birthday this week.
Yeah, great player.
26. Richard, you require 142.
Well, Angstrom put himself in an excellent position. We said we almost match point. Well, he hasn't been able to serve it out, that's for sure, because this has been a horror show so far.
58.
It's been so easy for Richie McKe. Isn't it typical of Angstrom, though? I was going to say typical of him now to hit a 180. What you doing?
60. Richard, you require 84.
84 required for McKe, double 12. And all of a sudden, from nowhere, he could win this leg in 5 visits. But now he finds himself in the trapdoor of Angstrom, nowhere to be seen.
I'm going to even call it here. Angstrom wins this game 4-1 because that man his head is a mush right now. He doesn't demonstrate, which I admire very much. Richie McKe looks like a really good guy, but look at him behind, the shake of the head, what's going on. If he hits this first dart, I'm leaving.
Richard, you require 6.
Please, Richard, please. Get out, Glenn, get out.
Richard McKe.
Expert punditry there from...
Sick flag is for Richard to throw first. Game on.
Bring back Nicholson. Hey, you got Terry Nash at the top of the group. Can't have everything.
So just last 6 winners of the last 6. I'm gone a bit red here. But I genuinely thought, just looking at him and them attempts at the 12s and the 6s, that whatever he does today, it ain't just going to
84.
go. But we've seen players come back from 3-0 down today. We've seen players come from 3-1 down today. Will Richard McKe join that
95.
list?
$68.
Of course, part of that PDC calendar, Glenn, was the expansion of the European Tour entering
100.
Slovakia. In fact, the last player to win a tournament in Slovakia, I think, was Matthew Edgar. And the Euro Tour really is beginning to go from strength to strength. You were out in Prague, weren't you, a couple of weeks ago?
It was Antwerp, a beautiful city of Antwerp. It was unbelievable.
68.
That Luke Littler game against Josh Rock was spectacular. It really was. The pace of the game, just the accuracy, the camaraderie between the pair of them. I think that'll be a contest that we'll be seeing for the next decade. It was that good.
Well, this looks like a contest we're going to see for another 5 minutes.
140.
Might
Richard,
be
you
less
require
than that because
148.
that's left him a finish, Johan Angstrom, but McKee's still in control. He'd expect 6 darts of me. A treble will make him still a big favourite. That makes it interesting now.
141.
141 to win the match. Not to be, and so McKe back for a last leg decider.
97.
What's the last dart,
Richard,
that
you
is?
require 88.
Well, I doubted him in the last one, so I'll keep my trap shut. It's 7-7 to go the distance.
74.
He's had a bit of a horror show today.
44.
He could be moments away from losing his opening 4 games because Johan Angstrom at times has looked sublime. At times he's really struggled.
41.
Now, is he the latest? Also, he's just part that into the double 5. He's left himself on 3. Is he the latest
shot
in
on
an
the 6th
assembly
leg,
line of
Richard
players
McKe.
that are leaving double 13 when they want?
Well, I think he was going for 4
Seventh
tops.
and deciding
Oh, okay.
leg. It's Johan to throw first. Game
Stick
on.
with me, kid. You'll go far.
It's been a long day.
Could be a difficult day for Angstrom because he would be the frustrated player. Remember,
140.
he was the king of comebacks earlier when he was 3-0 down to Jim McEwen. Seems like an age since we've seen Jim McEwen.
140.
He's up next against the impressive Damien Grimes. But yeah, he's had time to just sit back and see what his opponents are doing.
140.
But Mr. Feast the Famine is at it again because Angstrom has suddenly found his scoring boots again. In fact, they both have. This is the leg of the match.
140.
Well, we've been waiting for the lightening of the blue touch paper. Maybe we are just seeing it here as we come towards the boil.
Oh, what a response.
121.
What a response after that little one. The 2 treble 20s from Angstrom. Potentially 11 data.
60.
It's come from
Johan, you
nowhere.
require 100.
It really has, but this to put him in a really good position.
19, not to be, and so McKe looking at 161. Well, this would be
40.
some way to
Richard,
get him
you
out of
require
jail and to get his first win.
161.
Well, it's a poor effort from Angstrom. He's still got work to do. The 25's not a bad dart.
43.
I'm not so sure about the
Johan, you
decision
require
making there from McKe with the
60.
last. That flat dart with the first. This is not easy. Has he covered the bed too much?
40.
2
Richard, you
opportunities
require
have come and gone as Richard
118.
McKe got his number. Can he find a way over the top? Now, he doesn't necessarily have to go there. He could have gone 48 bull if he wanted to, but Angstrom back for
60.
double 10 to wrap this
Johan,
one
you
up
require
once and for all.
20.
A match that's gone the distance. A match that Angstrom was in control for the majority. The nerves will be jangling. But it's 2 wins out of 3 for the Swede. He has been so up and down, and the nightmare for Richie McKe continues. He's still searching for his first win. Another match that went the distance, but it's Angstrom that gets over the line, and we finally see Jim McKeown again. He's up next against Damian Grimes.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKe.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
And a familiar double
Being shown the
is
fourth leg,
found
Nathan
with
Potter.
ease by Nathan Potter, and he's making this look remarkably easy.
To continue his utter
Being shown the
dominance
match,
of this
Nathan
group.
Potter. Game shown the
Nicely
fourth leg,
done.
Nathan Potter.
It's been a really
Game
strong
shown the match,
standard.
Nathan Potter.
Well, he was that impressive during the Rising Stars week that Nathan Potter's been given the call up to play the main series, and he's going to be in a very intriguing Group B alongside Tommy Morris and Gemma Hayter on Thursday and Friday night. Group A, I don't know about you, Glenn, but that is so open for interpretation. We've seen good stuff from Charlie Martin. Jamie Atkins, we know how good he is. Neil Duff is a perennial champion here. Richie Howson is overdue a weekly title in this building. Then in Group C, you've got Jamie Lewis, who finished bottom of the group despite averaging about 94 for the week.
Yeah, I'm one for horses for courses, I really am, and Neil Duff is just so synonymous with that stage these days, so I think he'll always go up there as one of the favourites. Richie Howson is a player that stands out there. Thomas Banks, it'll be interesting to see where his game is right now. Tommy Morris is a big fan. Gemma Hayter steps out. The name Michael Huntley's been doing some good things. We heard about Robbie Martin and the success he's having on the ADC as well, but my name there is Jamie Atkins to take the win.
Yeah, Jamie Atkins playing some great stuff, and we'll see them all in action Monday morning from 9:30 in the morning. That's live on Pluto TV. Download the app on your applicable app store, whether it be Apple or Google Play, where you can take the darts with you on the move, wherever you are, throughout the course of the day. You can also download it to your smart TV if you haven't done so already. Wherever you can access live darts, you can do so with Pluto TV. Live and free. Stream now, pay never. Game number 11 is Damien Grimes against Jim McKeown. 2 players on 4 points. So when we move on to 6, they will ask the question of Terry Nash. And Jim McKeown's last game is against Terry, and there's a possibility here, Glenn, for Jim McKeown. His session can end one of 2 ways. Wins both his last games, he's in a very good position to make it through. Loses the last 2, he finds his back somewhat against the wall.
Yeah, 2 players on 4 points. Grimes has just come through a game where we were talking about 2 players on 2 points and the importance of winning that game, so he's put himself in the position, but they will know each other
100
from the week already. And Grimes, yeah, I like him. I think we'll see him back many times now. Such a difficult, bizarre, strange old group here, which he played his part in it.
60.
And I thought he might have faltered today. I really did. When you're on the back of a disastrous day he had yesterday and up against players doing extraordinary things, he's done a very good job today. And that all started very early with a 4-0 victory over Richie McKe, where for him, 4 losses out of 4. I did not expect to be saying that at 4:30 today. I really didn't.
Yeah, plenty more darts to come.
100.
5 more matches this afternoon. Your tea time is sorted. The chase is on. And for both of these players, this is a bit of a tipping point for their campaign.
80.
I know, Glenn, another pointless analogy.
Do you know, you're in the 1% club, you really are.
Well, no one's on the Bridge of Lies, but who's going to stand
83.
on the throne come Saturday night?
Stop it right now.
Who wants to be in Champions Week?
Yes, there's a big difference in
96.
the experience of these 2 players. It feels like the generation game.
Well, let's hope that this is a blockbuster clash.
I'm going to give you a blankety blank in a minute.
60.
All right,
Damien,
Mastermind.
108.
Options on the 108. You don't often see that route these days. For double 18.
90.
It doesn't seem, I mean, there's so many favourable finishes these days. Now, the double 15's coming to the 4 through Luke Littler. But the 108 on the 18s, it's traditionally now the players going for the 19s on that one.
41.
Well, that
Damien, you require
was a
18.
horror dart. Pulled a bit of shoulder with the last. Grimes. He's going to split this. He's found the double 2, which leaves double 7. Maybe just being flashy.
4.
Or maybe it was just
Jim,
an error,
you
but Jim
require
McKeown will be even more frustrated at his score of 41 in the previous. Should have been a lot less than was 157. Nothing he can do. You have to tell yourself, because 14's not a finish that you particularly like as a player. There's always that fear of busting with
Damien,
a first dart. But you've got to be aggressive with it.
Game shot on the first leg.
For Damien Grimes, profiteering off of a sluggish opening leg from the Scot to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Devilish start for Damien. That's more like it.
180.
McKe, a man that has done plenty of things in
40.
this building. He's won a week, he's won a series, he's hit plenty of big numbers and big checkouts. However, one thing he's never done is hit a 9 darter, and that's going to stay intact here. 21 9 darters in the history of the Super Series. The first was hit by Conor Heenahan against Adam Smith-Neal back in September 2022. The last hit by Jasper Scarrett last week against Carl Gabriel of
100.
South Africa. And it is a week where records really could tumble. Jimmy Van Schie wins on Saturday night. He will match Steve West's record for most weekly wins at 5.
What we are guaranteed for is a crowd on Saturday night, because when Jimmy Van Schie's in town, there's incredible support here. And I say incredible support now. I had reservations early because I'm not so sure they were all 100% Dart fans, so it's that
60.
knowledge, that
Jimmy
nous of
Require
understanding when to shout, not to shout.
126.
Now they're an absolute joy, and I almost look forward to the crowd. Then the darts come Saturday night. But if the darts are as good as this, doesn't need to go for the bullseye. I think the wily old character of Jim will just look to lay it up.
86.
Exactly what he does. Leaves himself on tops after 12. In fact, Jimmy Van Schie wins this week. Not just does he level Steve West's record for most weekly wins, but it also tie Andreas Harrison for the most weekly wins if you put everything together. Champions weeks and specials weeks at 6. The Grimes piles in a max. The pile on the pressure. McKe zooms in on tops.
Game
Pins
shot
it,
on the
13 darts,
second
1-1.
leg, Jim McKe.
Yeah, I think for me, that's
Third leg,
the best leg. It might not be the best leg
Game
statistically for Jim
on.
today, but started off with a 180. Looked cool, calm and collected through it. Good setup play. His opponent hits the maximum, and he seals the deal with the first dart on tops.
58.
Wonder whether the Triple Crown will be on the mind of Jim McKe. A weekly win, a Champions Week win, and a Specials Week win.
100.
Only Andreas Harrison has done what I like to call complete the set.
Maybe a new term than Triple Crown. It's already banded around, isn't it, Pete? I'm not so sure about it, really. So if you're going to come up with something,
44.
be original. Don't steal other people's ideas, Henry.
Complete the set. That's the set, I think, sounds nice. I mean, if you're going to add the ADC Global, you could call it the Modus Grand Slam.
40.
As you know, I like making things up. Such as the Castleford Tiger. Spivey Man.
44.
What's Tom Sykes' nickname, isn't he?
The Castleford Tiger. I made it for
You
him.
said Sam Spivey.
Yeah, Sam Spivey. Spivey Man.
Ah, the two. There's two there. Got you.
180.
Well, McKe just beginning to find his scoring boots here. Second 180 of the game.
Yeah, averaging over 94 now. Look pretty dejected going into that second leg to Jim. Still smarting from
57.
losing that 3-0 lead in his previous game. But for a leg and a bit, he's looked like the Jim McKe. You mentioned how good he is on this stage and whatever. Great to see him still winning big tournaments on the WDF system in Chelsea this year.
84.
Really tough field that he come through on that for Jim. Won a lot of England events as McKe. Type of player where a lakeside win would just be the icing on the cake for him.
Yeah, it's kind of where he's pitched his tent this year, hasn't it? To try and get to the lakeside and try and replicate what the likes of Shane McGurk and Neil Duff has done. In fact, had Neil Duff on the ropes. I don't think he wants me to remind him of that particular game again. think Richard Ashdown was halfway up the walkway
39.
at one point in that game.
Yeah, it was a real classic. It really was. And sometimes for Neil Duff, you need those types of games. I know it can feel like you don't often win a tournament similar to that without having some hurdles in the way.
Career defining.
101.
And I suppose for McKeown, his career defining moment so far was winning here back in November 2023. Beat Moreno Michels in the final.
Game on the
And
third
when
leg,
he was winning
Jim
Champions
McKeown.
Weeks, tops, 10s, 5s were being hit left, right, centre.
Fourth leg
And
is
that
Jim to
tops
throw
was it
first.
smack bang
Game
in the middle.
on.
It was a picturesque dart to move 2-1 up.
Yeah, 13 darter, 17 darter to lead this game.
100.
Yeah, sometimes the emphasis on a methodical player can be on that, but he's letting the darts do the talking right now, and it sort of takes your mind off the sort of the pace of the game. Of witness Dan Hands almost sprinting around the hockey, and sort of polar opposite with Jim, but he won't change for anybody. It's his way. It's that replication there, back, release, and then the same each time, and nothing will get in the way of doing that.
I think sometimes the biggest vindication of your ability is what your peers say about you. And every single time the name Jim McKeown comes into the conversation, everybody says, what a good player. And I think that's the type of respect that sometimes it is that vindication from your peers that kind of tells you how good a player you actually are, because there's not many players that will look at a week, see Jim McKeown in it and think, I want to play in that.
I must admit, I look at that week 3 and I think there's real potential for someone. I think players will look at it and think, I can win that. Whereas this week I looked at it and I thought, ouch. West, Jimmy Vansky, Richie Burnett, Keegan Brown, Jim McKeown, and the list goes on and on and on. And I'm sure the players last week looked at that list and went, ouch.
I think someone like a Neil Duff will lick their lips over a week like that. I really do.
100.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. He knows he loves that stage. Almost been synonymous with that stage rather than the Lakeside when he'll probably kill me for saying that.
Another. Just the other side. Has got time on his side. You can make an argument that Neil Duff is perhaps, I know he's not won a Champions Week, but is perhaps the player that you would associate the most with the live lounge stage.
Well, I was going to ask you that question earlier to name your top 5. He would certainly be right up there. Now we're in our 12th series and so much the specials weeks, etc.
85.
I'm sure there's 5 names associated as Jim McKeown. Looks to go 1 away. You don't often see the double 11 in the game, but it's sent to the board. Yeah, he doesn't like that. So just a double check of what he needs. 11 points, so the fat 3. And that only creeps in, which means one thing.
18. Damien, you require 123.
Bang goes my theory, Henry.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. Not to be. And so McKeown back for 2-2 to open up a 3-1 lead in this game.
47. Jim, you require 4.
Still averaging over 92 after that burst from Jim McKeown. That looks inviting.
Game shot on the 4th
and nails
leg.
it with a second
Jim
dart. It was a good first dart in a sense. 1, it was a good indication to get your balance and your weight to the dart. But more importantly, didn't need to move across to the hockey to sight the attack. This is a good response from Jim McKeown. Just as a reminder that his previous game he was 3-0 up. So this has been a really professional job here.
59.
Well, if you're going to ask me for the 5 players that probably surmise the Super Series Live Lounge, it's probably these 5 for me. Neil Duff, Steve West, Jimmy Vansky, Darryl Pilgrim, Fallon Sherrock,
121.
and because he's won it a couple of times, you have to put Luke Littler in there.
Yeah, I don't think I'd associate Fallon. I know the 9 darter is my favourite 9 darter, but yeah, of course, amazingly that I forgot about Luke. It's great shout.
I think notable mentions of people like Tom Sykes, Andreas
Harrison for sure.
He's been a revelation. I mean, he played at the 02 World Championship a few years ago. We saw a decent player. Came here first time, did all right. And then suddenly we turned him into a tungsten titan as McKeown finds 180, number 3 of the game.
Yeah, from 1-0 down, this has been a dominant display from Jim.
140.
Good response from Grimes, and like I say, he's shown all the qualities you need. That he might have his own success on that stage. What a feeling it must be now to lift that trophy, to be a series winner.
140.
Incredible list of names now of previous winners, and I'm sure Jim was very proud to be one of them. Now the biggest amateur competition out there for the players. Everyone wants to be here, and when Grimes has had his opportunity, you have to say he's grabbed it with both hands. He's been a joy to watch, but it's Jim McKeown who's down to a finish to get him back into second place to deal with that disappointment of his previous game. McKeown is back to winning ways.
Jim McKeown.
1-0 down, remembering that game, but he really did produce the goods there for Jim McKeown. Little sign of a smile there, but they're cracking numbers. Excellent average, excellent on the doubles. A wonderful response from Jim McKeown as we look at Terry Nash up, who's next. Will the unbeaten run continue? He plays Dan Hands.
$54. Charlie McKe, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McKe, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McKe,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McKe,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McKe,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jim McKe moved on to 6 points in the group with a 4-1 win over Damien Grimes. Terry Nash has the opportunity to move on to 8 to go 4/5 of the way through a completed card. If he can get the better of Dan Hands, who now needs to put his foot to the floor here if he's going to have any kind of realistic chance of getting out of this group. Now, if he does win this game, Dan Hands, this group is very open for interpretation because you have Nash and McKe on 6, and then you'd have Grimes, Angstrom, Hands on 4 going into the final round of fixtures for this Thursday afternoon.
43.
Yeah, it looks quite rosy, doesn't it, for Terry Nash? But the reality is the fact he's up against a flair player who can do, for me, he can go and average a ton. He's a player that's averaged 104 on the challenge to it in 2025. That man in your picture.
125.
And he started this with the type of darts I was expecting from it. It's almost like the leash has come off Dan Hands, and Terry Nash's last game is against Jim McKe.
140.
As good as a start it's been for Terry. 3 wins out of 3. There's still plenty of work to do.
42.
Well, both players off to a quick start in this one. Nash with the advantage of throw has got the ascendancy as a result, but that flicker into the one made life temporarily awkward before he found the treble with the last dart to leave himself on 140.
59.
Yeah, it feels like they're too quick.
140.
Two quicker players. The pace is visually different. The quality is almost the same.
Daniel
Very conservative last start. Treble 15. Super pace. What a rhythm there is to this match.
Terry, you acquire 40.
Blink and you'll miss it. Double 10.
30.
Not for the first time, Henry.
Acquires 60.
When he's got 3 darts in his hands, they haven't been his favourite.
Game shot on the first leg. Dan Hands.
And for Dan Hands, the types of opportunities that he's feeling like he wasn't getting. People were hitting doubles against him, but not against the other players.
First. Game on.
Roles reversal this time, and there's just something niggling my mind. It's such a good start for Terry Nash, but this is the
41.
This is the period where he's going to have to stand up and counter, and that won't help.
He knows he's got an opportunity to really move clear and to be in charge of his destiny going into tomorrow. This is the first point in the group where
100.
you really do see permutations come into play, and it does twig the thinking, regardless, irrespective of who you are.
Yeah, I'm also seeing a different Dan Hands in a relation to these are the types of players and pace of the game that I think he's going to excel in the future.
57.
The more methodical players, pace of the other players, that is almost like he's struggled in them games. But this feels like a rat-a-tat style that he's enjoying. Good game, this.
Yeah, great watch.
133.
Sometimes you look at the averages, like I say, I talk about these statistics that we look at, and you go, wow, both are averaging 100. Didn't feel that type of game. Whereas these are averaging mid-80s, but it feels better.
Dan, you acquire 170.
But darts is one of those sports where
40.
a lot of it really does depend on how it looks on the eye.
$70 left.
50 scores, 70 left. That
60.
Just about the other side of the treble 10. Oh, beautiful first, beautiful second, beautiful all round.
The second leg, Dan Hands.
Tapman with a superb finish to double his lead.
Third
Hands down, the moment of the day so far for that young man.
Oh, you've been waiting to get that line out all day, haven't you?
Yes.
136.
And you're absolutely spot on, Henry. The group looks incredibly tight if there is a victory here for Dan Hands. Terry Nash had an opportunity to run away with things. He would have set up a mouth-watering game with Jim McKe to finish the day.
100.
Tight, tight, tight.
Oh, don't be so hard on yourself.
105.
You know that the Italian that
59.
it's going to have to be on the saver
120.
menu tonight. Oh, he's gone for 3 tops.
80.
And the reason we laugh there, he's had a couple of occasions when he wanted 80 against his opponents and gone the tops.
40.
Thinks he's playing
Terry
single
O'Quire,
board.
40.
And then ironically misses
Game
that
shot on
double
the
10
third
is
leg,
found. Now,
Terry
we have
Nash.
seen that before. Reece Robinson's done that in this building in the past.
Who?
4th leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Sugar Reece Robinson.
41.
Hit 3 tops in a game.
Yeah, we should have a specials week, shouldn't we, with loads of R's. Reece Robinson against Richard
140.
Rowlands. That's a specials week for me. I'll sit at home with me coffee. Go on then, Deacon. Try that one.
Win a place for
60.
Rickwood.
$140. $58.
And just saying those 5 players, 6 players that we talked about, the iconic names, wouldn't that be a good specials week?
100.
The legacy week? I think I should send an email into the team.
Who?
180.
I'll tell you what, we'll talk some more about that in the next leg as Nash
121.
looks at 1-2-1.
I know it's only mid-part of the leg, and still we think it may end.
Yeah.
This is an excellent response from Terry Nash. A very good response.
86.
Didn't need to go for the bullseye. Maybe just getting sucked into the moment right now. He will be back on the 35, but there'll be incredible amounts of pressure.
105. Terry O'Quire, 35.
Big moments.
Terry Nash is getting his teeth stuck in here, but that's another slip.
29.
29 left. 13 for double
Game
8
shot on the 4th leg.
for a 3-1 lead.
Nash.
Sorry, for 2-2.
Keep up, Henry. Keep up.
That's not going on the show reel.
5th leg, it's Terry to throw first. Game on.
Well, there's nothing messy about down there right now. This is super stuff because Dan Hands was looking at $1 million,
60.
averaging over 90. But a wonderful fight back from Terry Nash, and it's him that's averaging over
57.
90 now. Is the momentum with him? Remember, that man in your picture, if he wins this game, would be 4 wins out of 4 and would set up that mouth-watering
81.
final game of the day against Jim McKe.
Now then, Legacy Week, who would you want on it as Hands? Hits a 140.
140.
Of course, it's people that are synonymous to that stage for me, with previous winners. I mean, we're going to get to a stage where we imagine,
42.
of course, we can have the Lukes in, etc., the Van Velsens, but, the
140.
Legacy Week, previous winners, big names, ADC Global winners, double champions winners, and I mean, the list could go
100.
on.
Daniel
That would be great. I'll take that, though,
164.
Legacy Week.
Influencers champions?
38 scored, yeah.
Don't say runners up.
58.
So Nash on throw, 100 points behind, opponent on a finish.
98.
Now it's the really
Daniel
important
Quire,
part. It was
106.
Hands at the beginning. It was a good fight back for Nash to get us into this position. This is against the darts as well. He becomes favourite. 3-2, super quick.
Hands.
Ton plus checkout number 3. A hat-trick for Hands.
6th leg.
And is
it's
he
Dan
going to
to throw
stand
first.
above
Game
Terry
on.
Nash here, the man who stands at the top of the table?
120.
By the way, just one final one on Legacy Week. We have to give a notable mention to Conan Whitehead, the first ever champion here.
There you go.
91. $60.
Yeah, statistically not the best game of the day, but on the eye, it's been great, hasn't it? The pace, the rhythm.
60.
But as Henry mentioned at the beginning of this game, a win here for this man, and it's looking good for Dan Hands to win this game now. It's going to blow the group wide open. No player will be unbeaten. We'll just make tomorrow a fascinating day.
140.
Well, that 140 taps the hand, or taps the shoulder of Dan Hand, shall I say. But a 140 of his own, he's himself on tops after 12. This has been quite the couple of leg burst here for the man from Warsaw.
100, Daniel.
This for a 4-2 win and a first defeat of the day for Terry Nash. Well, that's some performance from Dan Hans. A 13 darter rounds it off. It was a real push towards the line for the tap man. Average of 91, 4 from 4 on the doubles, 2 ton plus checkouts. To beat Terry Nash today, you had to do something special. And that's exactly what Dan Hans has done there. Coming up next, Damien Grimes takes on Johan Angstrom.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where all players have played 4 games. And as you can see, the unbeaten run for Terry Nash is now over in that rapid fire game with Dan Hans, winning that one by 4 legs to 2. And that backs up Jim McKeown winning his previous game again. So as we go into that final game, and when we look at the league table, it means that both Terry Nash and Jim McKeown are sat on 6 points, but look just behind. The fact that Richard McKe is still sat on 0 points means that the group is really, really tight. And players like Johan Angstrom and Dan Hans, and even possibly Damien Grimes, who have felt that maybe their opportunities have come and gone, they are right in the mix, making that the next set of games, their final games of the day, so important, because you want that platform, you want that to go into tomorrow with a real opportunity. And it was the land of opportunity we introduced this group as, And for Johan Angstrom and Damien Grimes, one of these players, Henry, is going to go away with 6 points. And you'd have to say, job well done under the circumstances.
However, one would be more happy than the other to end on 6 points. I think Johan Angstrom midway through the day would have snapped your arm off for 6 points. If Damien Grimes was offered 6 points at the end of the day at the midway point, he may have felt a little bit hard done. But even worse if he's only got 4 points to his name going into Friday's play, because there was a real opportunity for him to end the day strong. He lost 4-1, didn't he, to Jim McKeown in his previous game. I mean, McKeown averaged around about 96, played some really good stuff in that match. But it was an opportunity missed, and now he's got to try and get over that particular disappointment and be on the right side of the 3-2 for the session.
Yeah, second place overnight will be sat on 6 points. That I can guarantee you. There'll be one player on 8 points. But it does mean when we come back for this Group C, it's at times we've seen a little bit of brilliance. And at times it's been just a little bit disappointing. Maybe the pace of some of the games have taken the sting out the matches. But for that man taking his darts out, Johan Angstrom, he has been outstanding at times and pretty ropey in the other. So is it consistency of Grimes
85
versus the up and down style of Angstrom? Third time they've played this week.
Yeah, it's the antiphysization of the group, isn't it, as a whole, where it's been a little bit up, a little bit down, and a little bit in the middle.
What was that word?
Antiphysization.
Mm-hmm.
$100.
Yeah, meeting number one of this group, but in terms of their meetings in Group A, Johan leads it by 2 wins to 1. Won the game yesterday by 4 legs to 2. After the first 2 was split 1 apiece.
$134.
Good visit that. Leaves himself on 97 after 12. Poses a question to Angstrom.
You may see him starting the 19s on 2-7-1. But that's not what he needed with the first dart. So that transition back upstairs will do nicely.
Damien, you require 97.
As Henry mentioned, a good set of play from Grimes. 78 points left, so treble 18 will be the shot.
57. Johan, you require 142.
Angstrom looks at 142 for the break in the opening leg. Looking at the 17s, unable to get 2 of them. Would have given him a tickle at tops.
48.
But it's Grimes that gets that first tickle.
40. Game from the first leg, Damien Grimes.
I must admit, game 13, and I can't believe I'm going to ask you this. Good performance from England this week. I missed it. I was in Germany. I couldn't believe when I first looked at the result. It was Paul Hinks said, "Have you seen England game, lad?" 3-0 up we were, but what a result!
Yeah, 5-0 against Serbia. That's pretty much the ticket stamped to the
99.
World Cup in North America next year. First England goals for Noni Madueke and McKe. And I'll tell you what, who else impressed? Not just Damien Grimes, who's piled in the game's first max, but how good, and I shouldn't really say this with Johan Angstrom on the stage, but how good were the Norwegians? 11-1 against Moldova. What it is now.
41.
If England do get it, I don't think you'll be paying for a ticket because they're using a different style of ticketing pricing for the World Cup, and if you're going to watch England, you will be paying a fortune.
Yeah, dynamic price. Kind of what they use in the aviation industry, and they kind of used on for things like the Oasis tickets and things like that. Things that got high demand, they can resell at a higher price, which is something I think you might see more commonly now in the world of sport, particularly if it goes well for the World Cup. Not sure it's the best thing for the consumer, but it is what it is.
Yeah, the aviation is the good example, isn't it? You can pay a fortune for a flight, and at different times of the year, you're paying pittance for it.
26.
Angstrom going through that period of mediocrity at the moment. A little shake of the head. It's been a strange old day because what I associate with Johan is consistency.
123.
He's been far from it. That's pretty typical of his day. A spray into the treble and 2 beautiful treble 20s back in this leg.
I suppose part of the reason as to why he's in Group C is because of inconsistency. Because he's a player you'd think if he didn't win Group A, you would expect him to play in the night session.
It was such a tough Group A. I really wasn't sure. One thing I didn't expect was Damien Grimes to be topping it after day 2. He was the pleasant surprise. He's been the pleasant surprise today. You're absolutely spot on again, Henry. I think if he leaves with 4 points, there'll be a lot of injustice in that. I don't like that page that you're looking at. That's not 6th century Louth, is it?
No. I'll tell you more on the next leg.
Oh, God. I'll be gripped.
$97.
So Angstrom looking at 157 to level up at 1-1. Headed down to go up. We'll stay down.
95.
Find the treble.
Damien
Grimes for 2-0.
2-0.
Yes, how aggressive. Very is your answer. And the reason I say that is the bullseye start is an option. You're almost guaranteeing yourself a dart the bull to see out the leg. It does feel like an old-fashioned way of going, but there's nothing wrong with that with 2 darts when you won 77.
82. Johan, you require 62.
So 62 for Angstrom to level this game up at 1 apiece.
It's tops.
22. Damien, you require 10.
Two twos. Would have been for 2-0.
It felt a little later, didn't it?
40.
Yeah, a little bite of the flight is a clear sign of frustration for Grimes. And the unpredictable Angstrom.
Game shot on the second leg.
Level playing field, 1-1.
Angstrom.
Much to his delight. There's almost a huge sense of relief with that reaction there.
Third leg is Damien to
Everything
throw
has been
first.
seemingly frustrating for Johan from the very outset of today's session.
Well, I'm getting a little frustrated also here because I can see this on your computer, a word that I can't even say.
125.
I wish you'd not look at my computer. Anyway, now, Johan is from a place called Södertälje, which is a city just on the
60.
outskirts of Copenhagen. Sorry, not Copenhagen, Stockholm.
I was going to say. Right, turn that off. In the top right-hand corner is an X.
I was looking at my Skyscanner account. On the outskirts of
82.
Stockholm. Now, if you think that where Damien's from dates back to old times in the 6th century. It is estimated that Södertälje
59.
dates back to the Stone Age at around about 4000 BC. They formed settlements in around 3000 BC when the present culture is believed to have reached the area.
135.
It's a very historic place, a very religious place as well.
Groovy.
Its coat of arms
Oh, wow, can't wait for this.
58.
depicts of an angel with a red cross.
Oh, wow.
It was officially founded in the 1300s, but its history dates back to the Stone Age.
Oh, Henry.
40.
Population of 78,000.
I'm just, I don't want to disturb you there, but Grimes is on 119.
120.
That's an unlucky dart from
Damien,
Angstrom
you
because that
require
would have left the finish.
119.
Whereas Henry continues to bore us all. Grimes is looking for a 2-1 lead. Treble 20 would have offered that opportunity.
59.
But he'll take that little look over. Leaves a 2-darter. Opponent back on 204. He does use that second dart very well, but he'd be frustrated with the last
Damien, you
one.
require
Advantage
60.
Grimes. It's on throw. Big 20. That's awkward. Is it left or is it right? Just the way that dart. That's an excellent camera angle of what he can see. Back to the centre for double 15. And we've got that classic
45.
case once again where Johan Angstrom hasn't been in this leg. And now he may have an opportunity. He's going to get an opportunity because the 11th segment is going to give him a double 14 on the bullseye. It's double 14 for an absolute steal.
93. Damien, you require 15.
Exasperated look on the face of Johan Angstrom as Grimes looks at 15 to go 2-1 to the good. Double 4. You just knew it was going to go because the first dart was rather nervy and a little bit of a G-up in celebration there and a show of respect from Johan Angstrom.
Fourth leg is Johan to throw first. Game on.
2-1 to Damien Grimes. He's the man who's halfway towards 6 points in this contest.
140.
Yeah, two players will know each other's game right now, as we mentioned earlier. The fourth time they've met this week. We felt it could be a tight game. Both players sat on 4 points in the table.
100.
That knowledge that they'll know they'll be at least joint second place going into tomorrow. It gives them the foundation. It will be the first game also tomorrow, so a really important head-to-head.
81.
And just think, if Johan qualifies for Saturday, you can tell us some more facts. I've actually got some more facts if you want them.
It's okay. No problem.
Well, I've actually found some interesting facts.
27.
It's famous for its pretzels. Back in the 1800s, it was a famous pretzel-making place. And its skyline is made up, kind of as you'd expect in that part of the world. Beautiful houses.
Like a sky and a sun and some clouds.
Beautiful houses, beautiful rivers, lovely scenery, good landscape.
How many times have you been there before? You seem to know a lot about it.
It's amazing what a certain encyclopedia can teach you, isn't it? It's got plenty of museums as well, including an open-air museum.
Well, I prefer the darts. We're getting to that back end of the leg again, where hopefully you'll be quiet. May go for the bullseye with the last.
50.
The reason being the 25 would have left the big fish. And for Grimes, against the throat. He's got that 2-1 lead. He's got that freedom of playing this leg, where he knows he'll still have 64. The darts. He'll still be fair. Good board management. He's been clever with some of the darts he's played. It's him that's left the big fish. But that dart, does it make Angstrom still favour for this leg? That does.
A tied Turner.
127.
But the damage has got done with dart 1, dart 2. Unless there's a grimy fish on offer. There was no grimy fishes up for offer.
58.
So this for a level game.
You only require 58.
Back to tops.
Game.
When I spoke to Paul Nicholson this morning, when Glenn, if Johan's tops are going, he can get qualification. Tops has been kind to him.
Damien to throw first.
The back end of this afternoon, he looked down and out, didn't he? He'd lost his opening 2 games. He was 3-0 down to Jim McKeown. Then just found something. That could be the story of the day.
Well, Johan Angstrom, like his Swedish counterpart Duplantis, looking to vault his way into the top 2 overnight. Not quite in record-breaking territory.
100.
Isn't it the World Championships Athletics starts this week, isn't it? I was watching an interview with Keely Hodgkinson.
Yeah, it's in Japan, isn't it, this time round?
That they reckon the heat and humidity is off the scale. 35k walk to open up. They will be boiling. But I'm a massive track and field fan. I reckon if there was a quiz speciality area, I would probably go with athletics.
25.
Who won the 100 metres title at Atlanta 96?
180.
It wasn't Leroy Burrell, was it?
I'm going to have a look. I think it was Michael Johnson.
No, in 100.
58.
Not in 100
Damien
metres, it
Iroquois,
wasn't.
153.
100%.
Donovan Bailey of
That's
Canada.
it, Canada, yeah. But Atlanta was the golden
51.
boots that he won the 200 and 400, Michael Johnson. Angstrom way back here. Grimes once again just quietly getting on with the job. Even a maximum there. Grimes was still
100.
huge
Damien
favourite.
Iroquois,
6 starts from
102.
102. Just has to be sensible at this point. Beautiful. For double 16. Grimes goes one
Game,
away.
showing the
Beauty
fifth
of a
leg,
finish.
Damien Grimes.
How he needed to pull something out the fire and how he is duly obliged. His opponent might not
Sixth
be on a
leg is
finish,
Mchuan to throw
but that
first.
could be the
Game
beginning of a
on.
push towards the line for the Irishman. That was the Olympics where was it Steve Redgrave won the only gold medal in the rowing?
Yeah, I had a brilliant stat yesterday. It's the World Boxing Championships at the moment. So we've had lots of Olympian boxing champions, but who's the only
50.
boxing world champion? Amateur from England. Lots of Olympians. And do you know what? I got it.
96.
Am I right in saying it's around the noughties time?
Absolutely.
There's a couple. I'm thinking either Joe Calzaghe or Amir Khan.
Well, they weren't the noughties. They were a little bit earlier than that.
Oh, were they?
Frankie Gavin.
Oh, I never got that. Never got that.
81.
I bet Chris Mason would have got that. He's a good knowledge when it comes to the Queensberry rules. A little surprise there for Angstrom, but it did feel like this game
79.
had 4-3 all over it. And it's going to go that way, but we stress the importance of this game. So just a reminder, the winner of this game will move on to 6 points and will be guaranteed to be joint second
60.
place. That's what's on offer for these two. You feel like Grimes has been the better player. It's been pretty average in the stats-wise. Maybe the fact they know each other well, the importance of this game, the fact that it's the final game of the day for them. Forget the numbers. This is just about winning this match.
Yeah, and had his hands behind his back as if he was about to greet a sergeant. So, yes, sir.
140.
Interesting
Johan
140 that
120.
leaves a finish.
The 120 on offer to take us all the way. Oh, but he's missed a big number. And is he going to pay the ultimate price for it?
80.
Will he be back?
170.
Oh, are we going to see a real magic moment here at the Modus Super Series? There's your answer. But there is pressure.
Johan Iroquois 40.
And lots of it. We talked about tops in the previous leg. If they go in, Angstrom is a much better player when he knows this target area is going good for him.
On the sixth leg, Johan Angstrom.
Was that a scream of delight there? 3-3.
He's certainly given us the full plethora of emotions today, isn't he, Johan Angstrom?
Last leg shootout.
97.
One of these players will go away pretty happy with the day's work, up and down. And 1 4 points is just not enough from what they've been through today.
Fairly means that whoever loses this is going to have to win every single one tomorrow. There'll be no
85
room for error.
100.
This is good. And characteristically today, a lot of the best legs have been the last ones.
140.
It's felt almost like a bit of a trek to get to 3-3. And it's usually, you would think at this point, where the nerves and anxiety would kick in. But they're producing their best darts. Angstrom with a 30-point lead.
100.
But that last dart, dynamite.
Posing the question. But what's the Angstrom answer? Needs another one to leave a finish.
100.
Just a ton. And all of a sudden, the ball is now passed into the court of Damien Grimes.
Again, that's a sublime dart. No reaction from him.
100.
Maybe just the first one. He looks over. He's first down to a finish. But for Angstrom, the opportunity, that's a really awkward from that flat dart. But on 176, you want to stay on the 20. That first dart, let me tell you, is so awkward. He should go downstairs now because even the 19's a score of 40. But it looks like he's persevering with a treble 20. Not for me, Johan.
26. Damien, you require 104.
So Damien Grimes, 104 to finish his day with 6 points and to put himself right in position going into tomorrow. Can he find a way just above? 84 left.
16s could be an option, you know. Certainly should be an option now with 64 points left. But that was a big open target,
56.
that treble 16.
Johan, you require 150.
All down to this. We've seen the 150 on this stage from Johan before. He goes treble 19, treble 19. It's not going to happen this time. The consistency of Grimes has once again could be taking him to victory.
54. Damien, you require
48 points
48.
away from 6 points for the day. And it would put him into the mix. He'd at least be tied for second overnight. It's double 16 for it. Now 2 8s. Another efficient showing from Damien Grimes. Sees him pick out 3 wins from 5 from his Thursday action. He beats Johan Angstrom by 4 legs to 3. Dan Hansovic and McKe is next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKe.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow!
It's the penultimate game for this Group C campaign, live on Pluto TV. The Modus Super Series has been a Group C campaign which has had its ups and downs for all the players. But mainly the downs for this man, Richard McKe. He started the day as joint favourite alongside Jim McEwen, but after 4 games he has not won any of them.
First leg is Dan to throw first. Game on.
To many Dart fans, to many Modus Super Series fans, I don't think that expectation would have been there for Richie. For Dan Hans, I think we pretty much called it at the beginning. He can be flashy, he can be fast, he can be brilliant, but maybe his biggest opponent is himself, Dan Hans, and he's had games where it just hasn't gone his way, and not because of his skills of being a dart player, but he could still finish on 6 points, Henry, and we've seen a player in Damien Grimes will be finishing on 6 points. That will guarantee joint second place, so that will be the plan for Dan Hans. But on the back of that, Dan will be thinking, when is Richard McKe going to come to the party, because today has been a disaster.
Yeah, 4 games, 4 defeats, and the story of the session, as far as Richard is concerned, is missed opportunities, a plethora of them. Missed 7 darts, a double in his game against Damien Grimes. He missed opportunities at key times to the 4-3 defeat to Jim McKe. And then he was 1 out of 10 in his 4-1 loss to Terry Nash. And then in his previous game, again, edged out by Johan Angstrom in a last leg decide. It could have been so different for him, but I suppose when you come to this level, the lines are so fine and the margins waver so thinly that what could have been a 4-point day looking for 6 points has turned into nothing at all.
86.
Yeah, the way Dan Hans throws a dart, you would feel that he's thrown such a light dart. Very much like Luke Littley, that whip of the wrist as he's thrown it. It's a thing of beauty when he gets it right.
75.
Lovely backswing for double top.
55.
That would have been for a 1-0 lead.
Plenty of time to accrue it, though. Not happening.
72. Dan, you require 20. Game shot on the
Hands
first leg.
Goes
Dan
1 up.
Hands.
Double 10 goes. And the tap man takes the lead.
Second leg is Richard to throw first. Game on. $77.
Now, feared for Dan Hans after it in game 3. He had a beautiful 1-4-8 finish in that game against Damien Grimes. But like I said, I just felt his sort of attitude at the end. He looked a beaten player, but he did bounce back in his penultimate game to this one, the previous match. And that set up this opportunity against Richard McKe. Like I say, if he can finish on 6 points, 59. He'll go back. He'll think there's nothing there I can't beat tomorrow. And for a neutral, when you get a player on 0 points in Group C, it means that we're going to get some exciting permutations.
100.
Yeah, plenty of food for thought going into tomorrow's action in this Group C.
80.
Hungry for more, Glenn?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, you said it starts for the purists. And this is absolutely fine by me.
58.
You know, the commentary on the Little V Rock game, they're great, but sometimes you've just got to go back 41. To the grassroots. This is the best amateur competition in the world of darts. These players are aspiring professionals. They want to be in the top 128 in the world. They want to be in for the riches of the big prizes.
57.
This is, for me, I love these types of matches.
60. Richard, you require 149.
149 for McKe. 6 darts, 4-level game.
59.
What do you give for a 140 right now?
What do you give for treble about now?
44. Richard, you require 90.
And actually, that leaves him on 156 and just gives Richard all the time in the world. But he does have to go for the bull.
65. Dan, you require 156. 82. Richard, you require 25.
Usually a gimme, but everything feels difficult for Richard McKe right now. Even that's awkward. But he could just see enough of that double 11.
McKe.
He is fighting, he's scrapping for everything, but frustrating leg for Dan Hands.
Third leg is Dan to throw first. Game on.
When I talk about the unpredictability of Dan Hands, he really did look $1 million half an hour ago. Right now he's averaging just shy of 70.
140.
On a piece in this particular course. Now, you know we were talking earlier on about Legacy Week. I think I've got the 12 players for it.
Good lad.
So, the champions are eligible. They're in. So Conan, Ray Smith, Jim McKeown, Scott Taylor, Andreas Harrison, Darius Labanauskas, Jensen Walker, Jess Smith. They're all in. Then you go into players who played in most finals. There's 2 players who've lost 2 finals in the Champions Week. So Jimmy Vanschke and Tom Sykes get the call up. And then the next one will be based on who's had the most success in this building. So to complete the complement of 12, Steve West, Neil Duff. Although, of course, a Series 12 winner could come into it. Someone could get a tour card. And then probably then, if you can have a reserve list, maybe Devon because he won the ADC Global.
137.
Good work, HD. Good work all of a sudden from Richard McKe. But a good response. He'd be frustrated with that last one.
132.
It is on the throw of Dan Hands. We've been waiting all day for this man to start to find something. Was it simply something like a double 11? We talked about this bulbous dart of his, and the smile on the face is saying, I can't see that bullseye at all.
101.
That would have been a la Phil Taylor.
Isaac Newton, apple falling, as Sid Waddell said. Oh, what a dart that would have been if he found the double 18 off the back of a
31.
Single 17 with dart, single 7, sorry, with dart 1.
Oh, that looks in.
Dan, you require 36.
I think when he threw that dart and saw that flight in the air, he thought it was in.
18. Richard, you require 16.
2 from 12 between them. This has been the problems, but it's Richard McKe. And I think if Dan Hands finishes on 4 points today, he'll be one disappointed player.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
But he knows that there's an initiative to seize, and he was unable to do exactly that. He was unable to duly oblige.
85.
Richard McKe is not averaging 70 at the moment. And if you'd have said that to Dan Hands, and that can be the frustration when you talk about players looking back on games. That's why you've got to run your own race.
And the problem is, and you probably know this all too well, when you see an opponent who's struggling, you almost try too hard to try and force the issue, and then that drags your performance down consequently.
83.
Almost just placing that last dart in. There'll be part of him thinking, I know I'm the better player. I know it's 2-1. But then there'll be another part of that brain which is beginning to panic. And every treble that Richard's hitting at the moment.
60.
And there's the worrying signs, the dip of the shoulders, the facial expression of disappointment.
27. 140.
Well, for Dan, his scoring has been good today, but I suppose overnight you'll be
140. Dan, you require
looking at the doubling and be
134.
saying that I'll try to fix you.
59. Richard, you require 100.
For a 3-1 lead. Treble 19 needed. Wow.
40. Dan, you require 75.
Well, it's a bold play, Cotton. Double 6. Would have been to have levelled it up at 2-2.
Richard,
I think we know his interview tomorrow. Doubles, doubles, doubles once again. Is he going to be punished? He's punishing himself behind the hockey. But he has another
50.
opportunity.
Dan, you require 6.
Trapdoor.
Game from
High
the fourth leg.
trapdoor.
Dan Hands.
High level game. 2-2.
That Euro Tour in Belgium
Fifth
that I was
leg
at.
is Dan to throw first. Game
There was a
on.
madness in double 3. It was never missed once. Many dart players, the fear of being on double 3.
98.
Expertly put away from Dan Hands. Nowhere near his best.
Well, so far in this
45.
game, the magnet has been on the single 5 for these two. Been a lot of misstraight darts, but those are 3 perfect darts from Dan Hands.
180.
So if you've got the tap man, who would be against him, whose nickname could be the stat man?
94.
Which player have you come across which is obsessed with numbers?
Connor Scott.
Absolutely.
125.
Honestly, he could be a statistician as a side hustle, that boy.
Potentially 11 dart here from Dan Hands.
60.
Some may
Dan,
say,
you require
where's this come from all of a
98.
sudden? But this is just so typical of this young man. 83 points left, treble 17.
47.
No dramas. He will be back.
Well, some might say that Richard McKe will find a brighter day because today has been an absolute disaster. But luckily for him, it's almost over. Because Dan
92.
Hands
Dan, you require
has got
51.
time on his side to open up a 3-2 lead. And to continue to see McKee's
Games
chances
running the
of
fifth
success
leg, Dan
slide away,
Hands.
cast away. And Dan Hands is a leg away from saying hello to 6 points.
Sixth leg is Richard to throw first. Game on. $80.
The in-play table is fascinating if you're wondering what I'm looking at, Henry.
You're not looking at my computer screen effects about
140.
Scandinavia again, are you?
Riveting. Tumbleweed.
I'll print it off for you so you can have a read in the break. Anyway, McKe
140.
looking to find a way back into this contest and to enforce another last leg decider.
I'm going to get the socials
57.
to use that with some like yodeling music at the band. No, yodeling's not Scandinavian, is it?
No, that's Austrian. You know why they...
Anything on yodeling?
85.
Actually, there is. I do. You know why they did the yodeling back in the day in Switzerland and Austria?
Oh, why did I say it's 3-2?
60.
We're coming to the conclusion of the game.
Basically, they yodel so that when they're over hills and that, when there's like avalanche and stuff like that, they can communicate with people. But that was
180.
communicated perfectly by Richard McKe.
42. Richard, you require 16.
For 3-3.
Game shot of the
And the
sixth
hills
leg,
are alive
Richard McKe.
for Richard McKe.
To the sound of tungsten.
Seventh and deciding leg is Dan to
It's
throw
actually-
first. Game on.
It's actually the anniversary, isn't it? Is it the 60th year anniversary of that film coming out?
86.
They're doing a big festival about it in Salzburg, which is the city which famously the film was filmed in.
60.
Henry, you need to get out more. Honestly.
Found that out whilst watching that Destination X. Really good program, that.
58.
Haven't watched it. It's a good bit of telly to watch. Near the Matterhorn, isn't it?
128.
Is it near the Matterhorn?
$60.
Well, Dan Hands had this In a vice-like grip, but all of a sudden McKe has pulled it back
43.
just as quickly as he takes it. I think that's what the Rice smile's all about there, because that's an opportunity missed. Oh, is it?
44.
Now it's Hans that's hit the skids.
And that's something you don't want.
140.
That's what you want. And Hans, quite simply, 2, 5, 3 and 6 darts and hope. And it's not going to happen.
97.
It felt like a
Richard,
resigned
you require
last start, but it did go to the
130.
treble 19. But it's advantage McKe from here. Can he sit on top of that one? Can he leave it pretty?
65.
Is that enough?
Dan, you require 156.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've got to say a lot about the resolve of Richard McKe. He could have so easily said, this is just not happening today, but he's managed to
82.
dig himself out of a bit of a
Richard, you
hole. But
require
for Dan Hans, if he loses
65.
this, he will be pondering a lot overnight.
They're not good signs, but how many times does it happen when you go for a 25, you hit the bullseye, 15 points left, you don't want to miss the big number, he doesn't. It's double 6, it's match dart.
53.
But Hans
Dan, you
has
require
an opportunity.
74.
74 required to win this game by a 4-3 scoreline. He's going to give himself a dart, a double
Game,
16. He
shot,
only needs one
and the
dart,
match,
a double
Dan
16 to win the contest, and he moves on to 6 points and a sigh of relief. He beats Richard McKe by 4-3. Last game with Jim McKeown and Terry Nash next.
$54. Charlie McKe, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go,
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match. and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and what a day. Group C often comes up with so many permutations, especially when you've got one player who's yet to win a game, and that has been the scenario today. And who would have expected it to be Richard McKe, but he will go. We had left with a bit of a smile on his face at the end there, but it's been a disastrous day. But what it means for the neutrals is that we've got a very, very tight Group C campaign. Dan Hans looked pretty relieved at the end. He's in the mix. Damien Grimes looked pretty relieved at the end. He's on the mix. Both players on 6 points.
First leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
But with one game to go, 6 points is the common denominator, because one of these players are fighting for top position overnight, and one of these players, Henry, will leave on 8 points and top the group overnight.
Indeed. Now, before we get this game underway, shall we talk about the third man
85.
on the stage, Anton Mays, who has done a great job over the course of the last few days. A promising
100.
young referee. I say young, he's the same age as me, but very much a talent for the future. And I think we're going to see a little bit more. Well, we're definitely going to see more of him. We're going to see him on Saturday.
Got two things from me. Great. And the best thing you can say about a referee is that you never often notice them, which is a great sign.
123.
And the second point is he looks so much younger and better looking than you.
That's not hard.
137.
Your strategy of trying to dress like Paul Nicholson is not working.
No, Nico's got taste in clobber. I haven't. I just basically look at the next sale and see what's on in there.
See how he said sale there. The money he's got in the
41.
back, the amount of houses that he has. What a greedy man.
I'm trying to save. I'm going on holiday next month.
100.
Got to save up for it somehow in the nice hotel.
Taking me for an Italian. He walked in with a pot noodle. Incredible.
Hey, you're lucky it was a pot noodle and not the
60.
supermarket
Terry
price one.
require 164.
Anyway, 164 for Nasher. Wasn't that the dog in the
100.
Beano?
Certainly was. Ganasher, as I would say when I was younger. Jim McKeown back on 192, but with their opponent on 64. He knows that this leg is not just over just yet, and the pressure is piling on from McKeown. He is so good at doing that.
Terry requires 64.
Making the opponent think. Already, big darty for Nash. He started the leg lovely. And for a break, a throw, double 16.
Game shot of the first leg, Terry
Terry Nash has drawn the first blood of this contest by getting a crucial breaker throw.
Second leg is Terry
Stopping
to throw
McKeown at
first.
source.
Game on.
And now has the opportunity to manoeuvre and to top this table overnight.
42.
Looking forward to Group B tonight, Henry?
Really am. I think this is going to be a brilliant group. And you look at the
80.
players in it and you look at some of the games that we got. I don't think it can possibly disappoint. Because you've got that mix of everything. You've got the reliability, dependability of a player like Jamie Kelly. You've got the explosive nature of Steve West. It looks like he's getting back to his best. Lewis Gurney, will see kind of where he is on the night. Keegan Brown has been up and down this year. And then we hadn't even spoken about Richard Burnett yet, who could turn up, assault a speaker, and average 110.
Yeah, I was going to say, shall I polish the speaker?
Don't touch it. Because the last commentator who decided to have a chin wag with the speaker, it didn't end well for Scott Mitchell.
140.
Well, Terry Nash is looking for that bounce-back ability. His story of the day is in his first 3 games, he won all 3, looking good. But in his penultimate game, his only defeat of the day to Dan Hands, that unpredictable Dan Hands. And I thought this might be a tough matchup, even just a little bit too much for him, for Jim McKeown. But after 2 legs, he's been the better player of the 2.
56.
And once again, I say however, because he's left that type of finish where if Jim McKeown can just leave this pretty. Couple of trebles needed, Jim.
Just underneath a dart 2. And the problem is he knows he has to persevere, even though he wants to switch.
100.
Manages to crowbar in a treble in the end.
I tell you what, how on earth did that go in? Does it matter a jot?
70. Jim, you require 130.
The big difference is it's 1 treble for the ball as opposed to 2 trebles for the ball.
It's that type of dart he's going to need again. He crunches his way through. It has to go.
88. Terry,
did all the hard work.
16.
The bullseye goes a begging, and so Nash for 2-0, 2 8s. Doing the job he has to do. Broken leg 1,
Nash.
holds in leg 2, and he's a couple away from topping the table overnight.
Third leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he's been here a million times before, Jim McKeown.
At his pomp, that first dart usually equates to a max. But maybe that's the difference as to where he's been today in comparison to what we've seen from him in the past.
What I would say
140.
to that is, the last time I commentated him, I was getting a little bit concerned with his throw. Absolutely zero concern today. He has got this when he's under pressure. You'll see that arm afterwards almost like fly with him. But that throw looks in good nick. Jim looks in good nick. He's going to be in the mix whatever happens in this one. I still expect it to be there come Saturday. And I think experience tomorrow could be crucial.
And he's somebody that has been talking good as well as playing good over the last 6 months or so. He's been winning stuff from the WDF system, has picked up, as you say, in England, but feeling very positive about the game once again, because I think 2024 was a little bit of a lean year for him, and I think he'd be the first to admit that, but slowly but surely building himself back up to being the beast that he was around 2022, 2023, where he was threatening to win anything in his sights.
Yeah, he had that season, didn't he, where he had that beautiful blend of all the amateur games and getting invites onto the Players' Championships as well.
I think he's at that stage of his career now where he's not overly fussed if he doesn't play Pro Tour stuff anymore. He's been there, he's done it, he's worn that particular T-shirt. But I just get the sense the Lakeside's the one. That's the one that he wants to tick off the list.
It's the hardest competition in the world to win.
Trying to tick it off the Chucky Chuckit list.
137. Jim,
looking really good for Terry Nash. Typical of McKeown. Not this time. There's the shake of the head. That's about as much emotion as you'll get. But once again, set to play. There's going to be an excellent plan B.
Well, there's 9 points between the pair in terms of the averages. It was indicative of the fact that Terry Nash is a visit above his opponent, pretty much leg in, leg out. And that's why he had a dart at tops there for the double break.
66.
Remember that dart, though. Because that would be for a 3-0 lead, and you feel there's only going to be one outcome from there. It's only going to be one dart this time to Jim McKeown. That dart is at tops. Nash misses. McKeown gets.
On a third leg, Jim McKeown.
That is what he does.
He's made a career of it.
Fourth leg is Terry to throw first. Game on.
He's made a prophecy of profiteering at times, as Jim McKeown. Tops last dart in hand when your opponent misses an opportunity, and all of a sudden the pendulum could swing once again, particularly if he can find a couple of trebles here. And that first dart is usually indicative of more.
Yeah, Terry Nash was my value for the day. I think he's given any people who's has had a little flutter on him, a run for the money. Have I seen enough for him to actually lift the title on Saturday?
140.
Not really. I think there needs to be more geese. He will argue, look, I'm warming into the situation. I'm back here for the first day. Jim's been here all week. I feel like I've done a good job. But I don't think that 14 to 1 will be there now.
If we're going to talk
180.
based on what we've seen with the naked eye as McKe piles in the first max of the match, if this afternoon's done anything, it's strengthened the case for Jimmy Vanschke to win the week.
60.
I will then go to the fact that there's a lot of big hitters in it tonight, as you said. I'm excited
That's the
for Group
caveat.
B. Yeah. But then again, I think Jimmy Vanschke goes into a Saturday night favourite in Legacy Week, in previous winners week. He's that good, Jimmy Vanschke, and he has the 4th dart here at the Modus Super Series. He has that incredible support as well.
We'll try and make that happen. Anyway, McKe looking to make this happen. 81 points away from a level game at 2-2. Jim McKe threw one of the first darts of the day at 1:05. At 3 minutes past 6, he's looking to level this game up at 2-2.
Gone old school here. Back to double top. Has he got the right number? I think he was, for a moment there, he was going double 16. I think he's gathered his thoughts. He wasn't really sure what to do on the 81. I've got no problem with him going centre.
51.
Did that reduction in time just affect that last dart? Nash with an opportunity. Needs the treble. Why go for the bullseye? The smallest target on the board.
78.
Jimmy got a fat treble 18 bursting to be hit.
Double 15 for McKe, following the slip into the double 5. Has to shuffle across. As you can see, not a lot of target area to aim for. What can you see of that now?
He bashes into darts and finds 15. The target, but not this time.
Terry require 30.
Well, this is a 3-1. Chucky has missed 4 opportunities to level this game at 2-2. Is he going to be punished as a result? One more.
Game
goes
from the 4th leg.
3-1 to Terry Nash. A leg away from topping the group overnight.
Henry, at the end of leg 3, I said, remember that
Jim
dart. He had one dart, a double top. It went underneath. McKe does what he does, and he pinged a double top with last dart. Remember that double 8 dart, because that was a beauty. Because McKe was growling, he was snarling behind. He saw the real opportunity to go level in this game. Super dart from Nash.
And remember, the roles reversed. This will be the first game tomorrow afternoon. So whoever can win this, and if they can win 2 out of 2 in this personal head-to-head, are pretty much close to getting the job done in terms of qualifying through to Saturday night.
Yeah, Nash was sort of pointing to his head, and yeah, not the kind of things he should be much more relaxed right now. But I guess the opportunity to top the group will be lingering on the mind there. Just needs to just keep focusing on those trebles.
I suppose Terry's one of those players. Yes, he's been there, he's done things, but he's still not done it on a consistent basis. A lot of these things, yes, he's been there before, but they're still relatively new to him.
60.
What he'd give for a 180 now, hasn't it? One in this game.
41.
Yeah, they were nervy. The signs he's giving off to me right now. And not a man who was 3-1 up. And Chucky will pick up on that, you feel.
$74.
Well, McKe are going to keep this game going a little bit longer, but Terry Nash has different ideas about the situation. And that 140, well, that piles it on Chucky.
Yeah, it's still advantage McKe though. And as you see, that nothing changes. Apart from the fact that the trebles have gone a little bit dry. It's laboured at the moment.
29.
Even the walk to the hockey looks like a player who's resigned to defeat. And Nash is all over it. Treble 10, surely the shot.
130. Jimmy
Well, now
require
McKe is left
153.
in the lurch. He's not going to find the 153. So Terry Nash returns to 52 here to lead the table overnight. It'd be 4 wins out of 5. 8 points to his
93.
name. And
Terry
the boss
require
baby
52.
could be the boss of Group C if this goes. It's double top for the match.
Game,
it's double
shot,
top for
and
Terry
the
Nash,
match,
who
Terry
tops the
Nash.
table overnight. He gets the better of Jim McKeown by 4 legs to 1 in the final game of the day. So a victory for Terry Nash in the final game of the session, a 4-1 success. That's the tail of the tape from that one. 88.75 the average, 4 from 9 when it came to his finishing. For Jim McKeown, he had darts to go 3-0 up in the contest, didn't take him, and consequently loses by 4 legs to 1. So that's the final game of the day. This is what we have seen in the session. So as far as Group C is concerned this afternoon, Terry Nash won 4 out of his 5 games. He's top of the table on 8 points. The best of the rest are McKeown, Grimes and Dan Hand. They are all on 6 points following the end of the opening session. We can show you that now. As you can see, Terry Nash is in control. McKeown, Grimes, Hands all on 6. Angstrom on 4. McKe without a point to his name. Terry Nash, the rightful favourite, the rightful player at the top of the table overnight, Glenn?
He was the value of the day. I think he pretty much justifies that. McKe was the disappointment, but he handled it and dealt with it perfectly well. You've got those 3 in the middle, Grimes, Hands and Angstrom will think they're in with a chance. McKeown will use all his experience again tomorrow, but my conclusion is fascinating day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's all to play for going into the final session of Group C. We can have a look at the tournament bracket now because we do have a second session for you later on this evening. Jimmy Van Schie won Group A. That was on Wednesday afternoon. Tonight we'll see Lewis Gurney, Keegan Brown and Richie Burnett enter the fray for the first time this week. Jamie Kelling and Steve West were the 2 dropouts from Group A. We'll see how they get going from 10 o'clock tonight. And Richie Burnett back on the live lounge stage. Keegan Brown actually searching for a first weekly title, man who's won a Challenge Tour title this year. And Lewis Gurney looking to bounce back following a disappointing Dev Tour weekend. So that's what we've got to come tonight. This is what's coming up across Pluto TV because there is plenty happening. So coming up, we've got Murph Meets. Chris Murphy catching up with Adrian Jackpot Lewis. That was ahead of his competitive return to darts. The 2-time world champion will be in conversation with him in a few moments' time. Richie Burnett is the main ticket on the bill tonight for Group B. That gets underway from 10 o'clock this evening. You can watch that live with us here on Pluto TV via your smart TV and via the app, which is downloadable via the Apple App Store and Google Play, wherever you get your apps from. The finals night for this week will be live from 7:30 p.m. Jimmy Van Schie looking to make it a 5th weekly title. Nathan Potter, he was so impressive in the Rising Stars weekend. He's going to be a part of the action in week 3, which gets underway on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. This session will come to its culmination tomorrow. It's a 1 o'clock start, and Jim McKeown has got plenty of work to do if he's going to qualify through. But we'll be back from 10 o'clock tonight, where Richie Burnett's going to be the star attraction. But for myself and Glenn Dunn, thank you so much for your company. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
In the previous leg.
120.
For the win.
Shot
As Burnett bounces back.
Bullseye to seal it in style.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes! What a finish! The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is! That shot wins week 6!
Maximum checkout.
He's done it!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.